Hey, good evening. Back juice. One more time. Uh-huh. Got an interesting discussion for you folks today. Give me one moment here. Yeah, we're going to be talking about Charles Darwin, about the viability of his theory, his very famous theory, natural selection, and also his white supremacy. The white supremacy part won't take long, as at this point, anybody who's denying that part of it is either being disingenuous or they're just not very bright people. All right. So before we get into anything, as usual, a little musical selection for the people. So we getting ready to go to war. So I'm gonna start it off with some war music. So how y'all feeling, man? Bag juice. You know what I'm saying? Your favorite Jamaican. Back at it one more time, man. Let's get it in tonight. Let's have some fun and let's do something. All right. Let's go, y'all. Yes, sir. So yeah, man, it's almost wartime. getting ready to go to battle. You know what I'm saying? Gird yourselves, as they would say, mount up. You know what I mean? We turning a sacred cow into mincemeat tonight. That's the objective. So, let me see, where should we start? First of all, let me check the chat out, see what we looking like, man. What we looking? Yeah, anybody in the chat, type something in the chat. Let me know y'all out there, man. Give me 1 minute. We about to get it.
Mic check 1, 2, 3.
Yes, sir. You live and in full effect.
Okay, big up everybody. Big up. Welcome to the Darwin Show. We're having a lively conversation. I'm here to learn, just like everybody else. All right. Okay. So, Peter Bag Juice, the floor is yours. Eh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Or you want to start? You want to start off with a tune of some sort?
Well, I played a 16 rhythm already. I don't know if you heard it. You know what I'm
What is the
saying?
16 rhythm?
You probably know it. Let me play it again.
Oh God. Oh Lord. That rhythm, I think that's it. You're not sharing the sound.
Oh, hold on. I like the beginning, that drum. It's just so ominous, and then a big sound of the drum. What them call those big drums in a band? They hit it from the side.
The bass
Boom,
drum.
boom, boom.
The bass drum, but that rhythm is a mixture of about 4 different samples. You have the same like the army man start stuff and then they put the bass in it. That's a rudimentary rhythm. That's a something the rhythm will make off of Fruity Loops. That's a Fruity Loops rhythm.
Hey, sounds good. That's what counts. You know, like
So lack imagination.
Well, I strenuously
Disagree. You can
disagree.
disagree. We compare that to a rhythm like Skegally rhythm, Slim Thing rhythm.
Sling
I'm
Tang?
poor. Yeah. Skegally rhythm. Um
Well, I want to get to the Sling Tang is a digital rhythm too, but I don't want to get too deep into it. Let's get another musical selection in there. And in the meantime, I'd like you to check the chat, see if we have anybody in there to hail up. All right, let's kick off.
Yeah.
I can't really figure it
out. Yeah. Spanish Town. Waterhouse. And Budland. Tower Hill. Dead. Cassava pigs. Them dead. White out. Me rifle strike you like lightning. Spit you like chi with the God, ton boy in a piggy bank. Full boy that a lot kind. Boy, from a content of violate. Smaddy a loss and a fine. Dead, them dead. Boy face cashing a benign. Kill them. Kick off the pussy door and see march with the rifle a red, gold and green. Come hype on them, no man mean. Rifle chop the top from them holes in steam. Him too hot and no hole him steam. with the Grim Reaper stole him dream. Like a girl film soul him scream. The dogs them own in fame. Wait, them think me call up. Rifle fall up when me roll up. Left hole in a chest plate big like donut. Chase chop chop him, them can't storm up. Flex bossy man with him all drawn up. We not take beating while we grown up. Vanish angle with the rest of chrome up. Stop war life and no slow me slow him up. Anywhere you run go. Mac 90 rifle a punch up. Bumbo hole coulda big like Motombo. Rifle roll like lion in a jungle. Kill them. Anywhere you run go. Coulda Tivoli, Rima or jungle. Down a river and cheese star dump you. Mass murder kill boy in a bungle. Yo, listen, them fear me like Osama. No last word can call Jehovah. Them feel up, man a outlaw till it's over. Brandish me strap, dark as a cobra. Them say, me a madman whenever sober. Black current fall, them run for cover. Why you think they sitting there upon me shoulder? We turn the pussy, them in a falling soldier. Tell them anywhere you run go. The eraser, fall off the eraser. Your blood a spill pan the gum, man a waste you. Dog a run with your bone and the cat them a taste you. You get six now your face too. War criminal, killing on your place too. When your funeral day, them showcase you. When they bust the rifle, feds now no chase too. The rifle strike you like lightning. Spit you like tree with the vine. Gully God, ton boy in a piggy bank. Full boy that dollar kind. Boy, from a bobby you violate. Smarty a loss and no fine. Dead, them dead. You know from when they not really get down.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we're going to be turning a sacred cow into mincemeat tonight. You know, a sacred cow by the name of Charles Darwin, that depraved, debased, vile white supremacist. Stu, you still here? Where you at?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Yes, 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 yes. So I want to start it off with an article, which I think does a good job of pretty much encompassing like a lot of different covers a wide thing. So I'm pretty much going to start there. I'm going to see if Stu Peas is going to give any sort of pushback. Potentially not though. Because I think the fact that Darwin, while he objected to slavery and he employed a black person or he would work with black people and things like that, he wasn't completely uncivil to black people. It's clear that he felt that his race was innately superior to the black race, right? And insofar as him wanting to see slavery abolished or whatever the case may be, that's more about pity than equality, right? So I'm going to share my screen again. Stoopies, you have anything you want to add or?
No, not ready yet. Go ahead. Let me hear what you present.
All right, so let's go ahead and share the screen here. And let's review this article. So it says here, by the way, this is the website here, Darwin and Race. I believe the author should be at the bottom, but let's get into it. It says, when Charles Darwin released his famous book on the origin of species in 1859, a jolt shook the scientific world with seemingly innumerable consequences. One such result was a notable increase of radical propositions justifying racism veiled in the language of science. Darwin hints at his own racist views within the subtitle of his monolithic book, which reads in full, On the Origin of Species by the Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle of Life. Now, take a brief pause there because, Darwin apologists, first of all, that book title was edited in later years, which to me, in my opinion, was clearly for propagandistic reasons or PR reasons, public relations reasons. Now, the apologists will say that the term race is being used in a broad scientific sense of variations within organisms. And that may very well be so. Still, though, given the other comments that Darwin makes, particularly in his letters, when you realize and you get the full breadth of his worldview, in particular when it comes to race, it really colors the title of that book, and it makes sense why those who edited the title did. All right, so we continue. Readers of Darwin will note, however, I would have put apologists rather than readers, right? However, that the scientist was an ardent abolitionist. In his younger days, he followed closely the efforts of Wilberforce and the anti-slavery forces. Writing in 1833, I have watched how steadily the general feeling as shown at elections has been rising since slavery. What a proud thing for England if she is the first European nation that utterly abolishes it. I was told before leaving England that after living in slave countries, all my opinions would be altered. The only alteration I'm aware of is forming a much higher estimate of the Negro character. It is impossible to see a Negro and not feel kindly towards him. Such cheerful, open, honest expressions and such fine muscular bodies. Now, it may very well be my own bias, I guess, but even that little last section there to me it just smacks of patronizing to me. So, it's like, oh, look at the good little Negroes. Anyway, with such being the case, the question becomes, how much higher did Darwin's estimate become? It is good that he did not consider slavery to be justified, but did he consider the enslaved to be equal to himself? The answer is a clear no. In his book, The Descent of Man, which explores the theory of natural selection and its implications upon humanity, Darwin offers an explanation for the great break in the organic chain, which some pointed to as evidence contradicting his theories, saying that these breaks depend merely on a number of related forms which have become extinct. He then proceeds to give a clear illustration, making his meaning clear. At some future period, not very distant from as measured by centuries, the civilized races of men will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savage races throughout the world. The break will then be rendered wider, for it will intervene between man in a more civilized state, as we may hope, than the Caucasian, and some apes as low as a baboon, instead of, as at present, between the Negro or Australian and the gorilla. Stu, anything you want to add? All right, let's continue. Darwin has presented a scale displaying his perceptions of the graduated development of species. He hoped that by means of preservation of favored races, the biological gap between species will be more like the distance between the white man and the baboon, instead of the closely related, as he views it, black man and gorilla. Now, I think for some people, if you're not an avid reader, what Darwin wrote in that little blurb there may come off or may seem a bit convoluted, but he's just basically saying that in the future, he hopes that the advancement that will be made by the Anglo-Saxon and the other superior races, as he terms it, will be as wide a gap, right? So he's hoping that Caucasians will improve to such a level as currently exists between them and I think he said a baboon or whatever, as opposed to the distance that exists between the Negro and the baboon. So in other words, white people here, huge gap, ape. Black people, small gap, baboon. Right? So he's hoping that the advancement that the Caucasian will eventually make in the future will be more like how the white man is clearly separate from the ape, as opposed to the small amount of separation between the ape and the Negro. So he's basically, in other words, the Negro and the Australian also, but for our discussion, my dog in the fight is my race, right? the Negro. So he's basically saying there's very little separation between a baboon and a black man. All right. So let's continue. Darwin has presented a scale displaying his perceptions of the graduated development of species. He hoped that by means of the preservation, okay, I already read that. Some of these, for instance, the Negro and European, are so distinct that if specimens had been brought to a naturalist without any further information, they would undoubtedly have considered by him as good and true species. In accordance with the view of the natural supremacy of white people over black, he did not refrain from employing derogatory vocabulary when writing to his peers. In a discussion concerning the manner of certain ants which seemingly enslaved some of their fellow ants, he remarks, I have now seen a defeated marauding party, and I have seen a migration from one nest to another of the slave makers carrying their slaves for house and not field N words in their mouths. So in this corp, and there's a citation there, by the way. So these are letters that he would write to other scientists. Well, he wasn't a scientist. They refer to him as a natural philosopher, but other people in academia at the time. And he would frequently employ the use of the N word. Now, some would say, of course, there's no, he's just using it in a general sense. There's no malicious intent behind it. But, people can rationalize anything. All right, to continue. And he even would refer to his own editorial labors he spent on his books with the same baneful analogy. But on my life, no N-word with lash over him could have worked harder at clearness than I have done. And there's a citation there. So we see that even though Darwin was personally against the institution of slavery, he still fully considered his own race to be widely superior to blacks and employed the vernacular of the plantation when speaking in the safety of his letters. He viewed the world through racist eyes, and his theory reflects that truth. No one best exemplifies the inherent racism found in Darwin's preservation of the favored races than his cousin and fellow natural philosopher, it says scientist here, but the term hadn't been coined yet, Francis Galton. Galton was a man who applied himself widely to the various scientific fields, but most of all to the theories of racial development, which he termed eugenics. Much of his work is based off of that of Darwin, and the two conversed through letters until the latter passed. In Galton's major work, Inquiries into Human Faculty and its Development, he advocated for the gradual extermination of the lower races through deliberate breeding of the higher stock. He concludes that the question then arises as to the way in which man can assist in the order of events. I reply by furthering the course of evolution. He may use his intelligence to discover and expedite the changes that are necessary to adapt circumstance to race and race to circumstance, and his kindly sympathy will urge him to effect them mercifully. So he's talking about a humane form of ethnic cleansing, a humane form of genocide. You talk about an oxymoron. And it's an oxymoron if you could ever imagine one, right? So I'm going to stop sharing here briefly just to take a look at the chat. I know this isn't good radio sometimes when you're just doing a bunch of reading, right? So let's check in with the people. Hey, what's up, LJ? Yeah, so is this a talk to me, LJ, in the chat? Cause this discussion is kind of nerdy. So is this something that you're gonna be able to enjoy? Let me know. Talk to me. All right, so let's get right back into it. Let's get right back into it, people. So it says here, Galton himself attempted to further the course of evolution through a variety of means and methods. Most outrageously, he proposed colonizing Africa with the Chinese in hopes that the latter would breed out the former, extinguishing the inhabitants of that continent entirely. He writes, my proposal is to make the encouragement of the Chinese settlements at one or more suitable places on the east coast of Africa a part of our national policy, in the belief that the Chinese immigrants would not only maintain their position, but that they would multiply and their descendants supplant the inferior Negro race. I should expect the large part of the African seaboard, now sparsely occupied by lazy, palavering savages, might in a few years be tenanted by industrious, order-loving Chinese. In the same year, Darwin wrote to Galton, praising another one of his incredible plans for genetically improving the world through selective breeding of humans in tones of intellectual agreement, if some doubt of his practicability.
Excuse, sorry. Which book is that? Which book is that?
Which
That
one?
is where they got the quote from Darwin letter saying that Darwin wanted to dilute the Negro race by introducing a more superior race. The paragraph that you just read. So it was a letter to Dalton. Which book is that? What's the name of that book?
Well, it's not a book; it's a letter. I think that's a Dalton quote,
No,
a Galton quote. Excuse
no,
me.
but it must have been written in a book.
I believe it's from Hereditary Genius, but there's a citation there. I could click it.
No, because these are only passages.
Number 9. Oh no, okay. So this is from apparently it looks like a publication, The Times. So I'm guessing that's a magazine or a newspaper. Can you see it? Where it says
Africa to
9?
Chinese, The Times,
Yeah,
June 5th.
Yeah,
June
1873.
5th. Okay. So
Yeah.
this person said in 18 or 18, which year? Bring it down, let me see the year.
1873.
1873.
Mm-hmm. All right. So let me see. Yeah, you wanted to say something else?
No, we're good.
All right. Let me see if I could get back here.
Mhm.
All right. So it says here in the same year, Darwin wrote to Galton praising another one of his incredible plans for genetically improving the world through selective breeding of humans in tones. Or I already read that. All right. So it says here, though I see much difficulty, the object seems a grand one, and you have pointed out the sole feasible, yet I fear utopian plan of procedure in improving the human race. And that quote is from Darwin's letter to his cousin Galton. So he's basically saying, you have a great plan. This is going to improve humanity, but I think you're perhaps a bit too optimistic. He basically was saying, in terms of the logistics of it, is the only issue that he took, but he gave it a ringing endorsement. So would you agree with my assessment of this particular quote here, Stu, or you have anything to add?
Honestly, the letter was what, 1873, right?
Mm-hmm.
Darwin died 1882, 1885, 1880. When did Darwin die? Let me see, when did Darwin
I
die?
don't know. It was a good day though.
1882. 1882, Darwin would have been 73 years old. Right. So when that article came out, 1873, because they took a lot of excerpt from that article. Will you agree with me on that?
No, there was no article in well, you're saying, oh, you're talking about the Times piece.
Right. They took a lot of excerpt from the timepiece. From the Times piece.
But this particular quote here, the one from Darwin, this is a private correspondence, a letter that he wrote to
Yeah, but that's what the timepiece is about. The timepiece is about the letter to his cousin Dalton. They took a lot of things out of that letter. Right? The person had access to a letter.
No. The Times piece is strictly about the implementing of this plan to have the not the Africans, the Chinese inhabit and eventually, replace the Africans.
All right. So where did all right? You say you have this article that you're reading from. Have several source quotation. One of them is from the Times piece in 1873. The other one is from a letter. He had access to the private letter. Did he say it was from a letter correspondent?
Because have. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to verify anything. I'm going to use this article at face value. I'm going to use this article at face.
Yeah, you broke up a little bit. You there? Stu.
To the car. That's why I haven't spoken as yet. I'm waiting until you finish. All right? I'm waiting until you finish. Because you're establishing, I realize what you're establishing. Argument is establishing that Darwin is a racist. And I'm not going to argue with it on that. So continue.
All right, cool. Let me stop sharing here briefly. I'm going to check out the chat again. So far, LJ was in the chat, so give LJ a shout out, Stu.
Big up LJ, big up yourself.
So let me go ahead and check out the let me check the chat out. See Ricardo Robinson, but you know what? The UK is 5 hours ahead or 5 hours behind. I can't remember.
5 hours ahead.
5 hours ahead. So it's 1 a.m. in the UK. So last night when we were doing our stream, Ricardo Robinson, our fellow Jamaican, but he lives in the UK, he offered a strenuous objection to me characterizing Darwin as a white supremacist, and he also objected to the idea of my position that the theory of natural selection doesn't have any viability, right? Contrarian, what's up, bro? Glad you in the house, man. My dog Contrarian. Tika, you already know. You in here all the time. You becoming a fast favorite, Tika. Always obliged to have your presence, Empress. Glad to have you here. So yeah, I hope Ricardo, he pulls up, man, because he was talking like he wanted that smoke. But he probably eating some. Yeah, go ahead.
No man, I hear it. I hear you. Big up to everybody in the chat. You can leave message in the comment section of the chat. We appreciate it. All right, and we'll follow up. Any questions you have?
Yeah, right. I'm really looking for some heads to sever though, really and truly. You know what I'm saying? I don't want because I know Tika rocking with me. LJ probably neutral. She not really into these sort of discussions. Contrarian rocking with me. You know what I'm saying? So I need I need some meat for the grist, man. I need a head to sever, man, because I'm a child educator and a head amputator. You know what I'm saying? So
so you finished proving that Darwin was a racist.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty much done at this point. I mean, I'm gonna get through the article still, but It's pretty much established, but I'm almost done. I'm gonna go ahead and finish up. So getting back into it, people, it says, with so much having been done by Darwin, which was then expounded upon by Galton, it should come as no surprise that the Southern apologists and white supremacists in America readily took to the writings of the two cousins as certain vindication of their position. One such piece of writing out of the many which exists is the 1905 essay by Benjamin K. Hayes entitled Natural Selection and the Race Problem. After breaking down the way Darwin's theory applies to humanity, Hayes turns his attention to the American situation. And the black man, what of him? As he was known to the ancient Egyptians, to the Greek, and to the Roman, even so is he found in his African home today. At the dawn of history, he was fully developed, and during the past 3,000 years has not made one step of progress. Now, this is not Darwin or Galton or anybody. What's this guy's name?
Okay.
What is this goofy? What is this goofy name? Benjamin K. Hayes.
Yeah, but that means you shouldn't bring up Benjamin because you're
A pure goofy. Yeah.
You're discussing Darwin racism. You need to. I can't object to that. That has nothing to do with Darwin. So you need to remove that. You can't use that. You can't use somebody else's opinion of Darwin because you're forming your own opinion. So therefore, you have a double opinion now. So the gentleman who you just quote, you have to erase that from the record. You cannot use that.
Well, I was actually thinking about skipping over this entire part in the article, but
yeah,
for the
you
sake
have to.
of
for the sake of argument. For the sake of, no, you can't feel because you're making an argument, but you're using somebody else's opinion to make your argument. So that's not your argument. That's somebody else's argument you're making. Are you saying that I am now verifying this person's argument? Make your own argument. You cannot use somebody who, long after Darwin's death, said that the Southern racists relied on Darwin. He's giving an opinion. He's not saying that he's a Southern racist, you know. He's giving an opinion of what the Southern racists think about the Darwin. So now we're going to a triple opinion you're throwing now to verify whether Darwin is racist or not.
You're saying the author of this article is doing that?
I am saying that not the author, what you are doing now is what the author of the article is. The author just did, that he is emphasizing Darwin mentality through other people's opinion. And you can't make an argument based on opinion. You can have a conversation based on opinion, but an argument and a conversation is two different things. Because argument is to highlight your opinion, not somebody else's opinion. I don't know if I explain it right, but you're going about it wrong. But continue. But I can't say objection to that because that's purely speculative. You're using speculative argument because the person is being very speculative because he's giving opinion that what he believes the people of the South think of Darwin.
So you're saying the author is speculating, right?
Yeah, and you are speculating by using that author. So the author was speculating and you are now speculating. So you're compounding the speculation.
Compound speculation. I like that. Gotta write that down. But yeah, I was thinking about skipping it, but then I thought for the sake of continuity, I'm just reading the article straight through.
Okay, all right. Continue.
So it says here, what is this guy's name again? Benjamin K. Hayes. And what I find so funny about this passage is that he separates he separates Egypt from Africa. You know, it's pretty funny considering all the discussions we've been having lately in this so-called conscious community. All right, so it says here, blah, blah, blah. He's not made one step of progress. Independently, he has shown no power to advance. The superiority of the American Negro.
Did Darwin say that?
This is Benjamin K. Hayes.
You cannot use it against. You can't use Benjamin K. Hayes against Darwin. You have to skip over the objection to using Benjamin K. Hayes. You have to find different arguments to make your argument. You cannot use
Objection.
Benjamin Crip.
Objection denied.
No, because
Is it denied? How do they? Because they say sustain, and what's the other thing they say when they don't sustain it? Not
overruled.
over. There you go. Objection overruled. Thank you, sir.
But you can't.
So
But you can't. You cannot. What you're doing now is based on an argument based on speculation of other people. When you are what you're doing now, you're putting Darwin on trial. This is what you're doing. You're putting Darwin on trial. Darwin is now on trial. And who we have brought to the witness stand is operating purely on hearsay. He's not operating on what Darwin said. He's operating on what the Southerners think Darwin said.
Yeah, he's basically saying that these are his.
Right. So therefore, we can say objection. This has nothing to do with Darwin. These are not Darwin words.
You're saying essentially these are his
these are his interpretation of how
his
other
logical.
people. No, these are his interpretation of how other people might use Darwin words. So you cannot use him as a witness. Take him off of the stand. Go move on to somebody else.
He's saying that these are like his rhetorical descendants. That's the argument being made. But remember, I thought we had agreed, because remember I said that I was just reading it for the sake of continuity, and you said okay. So I thought we had.
Okay, all right, continue reading. Remember, now, it's Darwin on trial. It's Darwin on trial.
Yeah, absolutely. So it says the superiority of the American Negro to his African brother. Oh, wow. We could do a whole thing on that. Haven't we been speaking about that?
Yeah.
That's funny. All right. So it says the superiority of the American Negro to his African brother, who is a savage and cannibal, is due to slavery and could have been acquired in no other way. Men who ascribe debased characteristics to the Negro to slavery show a short-sightedness that is pitiable. The present attainment of the American Negro has been solely the result of his close personal contact with the white man. Nor should it be forgotten that most of the leaders in the Negro race are men with Anglo-Saxon blood in their veins, who partake more of their Caucasian than of their Ethiopian lineage. Some of these are splendid men who are making heroic efforts to elevate the Negro race. You know who comes immediately to mind? Let me see if we're on the same page. Who am I thinking of?
No. I don't. I'm listening to you because we're putting racism on trial. But I'm listening. You're putting in racism on trial. Are you indicating that from this conversation? Are you implying that Darwin is the father of racial identity? Because that's the only way you can.
The concept had long been created and fortified. Of course, it started with Linnaeus, and it was fortified by Blumenbach and some other people. So no, he's not like the progenitor of the concept of race or the concept of ascribing certain character traits to race. No, Darwin. He's not.
All right. The other question then: the Darwin theory helped to solidify racism?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, it gave it a scientific fortification.
Where?
Albeit though that the science was pseudo.
I've never read Darwin in any of its papers identify human being in a racial classification in any of its papers. Other people use the species argument and applied it to human beings. Darwin never did.
I read it above. Did you miss the quote where I read about the separation between the white man and the ape, and him saying that the Negro is basically just barely one step above a baboon? That's in
That was
the.
that was correspondence between his cousin and himself. That was a letter that
All
they
right,
said
let's go
they
back.
found. Yeah, go back. There's correspondence between his cousin and himself. They found in a letter. But go back to it because in none of them papers when published, he dealt with human beings.
Okay, let's backtrack here.
Yeah.
And all right, so here's the quote that I'm referring to, and there's a citation. I'm gonna click the citation for you. It's the fourth citation in the paper, and it says Charles Darwin, The Descent of Man and Selection in Relation to Sex. So that was actually from his text. That was from a book, right? So now let's go back up to that fourth citation and read the excerpt.
That carefully mixing up excerpt in there because that person that wasn't in the book. But let's continue. Let's continue. Because we can, because if we go for the book, I'll do the book written. Not the book is a hard read. That's not in the book. But continue. That none for the man in the book. None of them paper them, none of them publishing and paper them had anything to do with man. All right. So when somebody says so, all right, but continue. Read what because that none of them book. But all right, this is my argument. Let me tell you my argument about Darwin. Darwin was an abolitionist. Darwin family was splintered. Many were abolitionists, and Darwin was one of the abolitionists. And one of the quotes, the motto of the abolitionists is that, am I not a man? So Darwin believed that black people were men. No, we can't disagree with that because I was an abolitionist. And that was one of the primary chants of the abolitionists that black people were men. No, if you're saying that he's racist because he stratified, because he was a man of his time. And white men is going to stratify everybody. Right? And they're going to say white men are the greatest men. Because that was the thinking of the time. But he never ever denied that Africans were men. He never denied that. So if you're saying that he's racist, if you're saying that he's racist, I'll understand that. And he, based on his writings, although he never discussed men and he talk about speciation, he must say man, all man come from the same root.
Right. Yeah, that is true. That's most definitely true. So he acknowledges the humanity of the African, and he does say we all come from the same one source. They call it monogenicity or monogenesis.
I never hear him write that either. Right, but mono mean one species. Mono mean one, right? Mono singular, right? No, I'm not denying that he might not have racial superiority in terms of him thinking that white people better than everybody else. Because at the time, white people used to think that they're better than everybody else. White people still think that they're better than everybody else.
Yeah, that's most definitely true.
Right, Kipling talk about the white man burden. Right? Mark Twain, during the time, since he can't use other people, during the time, would you call Mark Twain a racist? Although when he write Uncle Tom Cabin, what the black man in Uncle Tom Cabin name? Nigger John or Nigger Jill or Nigger Jim. Nigger Jim? It make reference to the black man as Nigger Jim. But at the same time, Mark Twain wrote a million letters about the cruelty that was going on in the Congo because he identified those people as men.
Right.
No, I don't have a problem with you saying that he's a racist. If we think what racism is, it means, but was he a white supremacist? I don't know. I can't come to that conclusion. I can't come to that conclusion. I call them a racist because I call most white people at that time racist. Hello?
Man, and right on. Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening. I was gonna say
Yeah,
right on time, man. Our Doug out of Baltimore, chef, always supporting, man.
right.
Pulls up, and the reason why I say it's perfect timing because Chef gave me the perfect counter for this man of their time argument, and I'll never forget it. Chef said there were men in that same time who were opposed to racism and didn't engender feelings of innate superiority to other races. So the fact that there existed non-racist white men, that kills that whole of the time argument, right? So the man is just a virulent white supremacist, and that's what he was. No excuses, no explanations needed. It is what it is. So salute the chef, man. Chef be
No,
making some real
what,
good.
what chef said? I didn't hear that. You're cut out. What chef argument was that he?
Chef said that the fact that there existed during that same time non-racist white men, like the most famous of all in America. What is his name? John, the one that took part in slave rebellions. He got he
All
got him
right.
and his family killed. So
Okay.
Chef makes the argument that the fact that there were white men that existed during that same time who weren't white supremacists or racists, that kills that whole man of his time argument.
When I say all white people are racist, this is I need to expo I need to just add some caveat to my argument. A white person at that time, because of societal pressure, will bow to societal pressure and say certain things I will and I will not accept. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Mixed marriages was not readily accepted by all. It was only accepted by very few. You could not live in white society comfortably. You could not live in white society if you engage in a mixed marriage. You oftentimes had to go to black society to live. If a white man married to a black woman or a black man married to a white woman. When I'm saying racist, I am not saying that all races are equally measured. I'm not saying that, Chef. I'm saying that the ideals that they have would be considered racist today. The ideal that all white people had at that time would be considered racist. Right?
Mm-hmm. Well, you just said all white
Hello?
people?
Yeah, all white people. All white people in North America and England.
No,
Mixed
but
marriages were frowned upon.
that's the whole
Yeah,
point.
mixed
That's the whole
marriage.
basis. Hold on. That's the
Yeah.
whole basis of the counter. The counter is that all white people did not think like that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You have exception. Listen, you have exception to every rule, but the exception don't change the rule. If you have 20 or 30 white people who don't think so, or even 1,000 white people don't think so, when you put it over the totality of white people, it is such a small minority that it can be considered an exception, and it does not change the rule. White people were not comfortable having black people in the society.
Yeah, you cut out. You cut out, Stu. That's like 100 years from now, we look back and say that
As soon as,
you cut
as
out for
soon,
like 10 seconds.
yeah,
So I don't know
Mr.
if.
All right, prior to the Civil War, black people had so much position of power in politics, in business, but very soon after, when the South re-established themselves,
Yeah, you cut out again, Stu.
agreed with it, but enough white people agreed with it that it became the rule and not the exception.
Mm-hmm.
So you say that, oh, still
Yeah, you're breaking up bad,
wrong.
Stu.
You're
You're
wrong.
cutting up. You're breaking up bad.
And I admit white people have always died.
Stu, Peace, can you hear me? You're breaking up bad. Very, very bad.
Always have exception, but
Hey,
exception don't change the rule.
Stu, you're breaking
Yeah.
up badly. Nobody
Oh,
heard
sorry.
nothing you said for like the last 30 seconds.
Oh,
But yeah,
what
we
may I
get,
say?
we get your point. We get your point.
Yes, the exception don't make change the rule. Because the
Right.
exception
So,
is so minuscule. But anyway, continue.
right. So you're not denying that he's a white supremacist or a racist. You're just saying they pretty much all were at that time. All right. We
They
got
pretty
that.
much all were at that time.
All right. So that's not, so you agree that he was a racist. I can live with that.
Yeah, I would agree that
So,
he was a man of his time.
yeah. So, to me, that's a distinction without a
Woody,
difference. But let's go ahead and get back into this article. We're almost done. And then we're going to move
would he want his
on.
daughter to marry?
All right. So, by the way, this quote one more time, because I'm not sure Stu Pease was clear on this, because I think from what I've gathered from what he was saying, that he believes this to be a excerpt from a correspondence between Darwin and his cousin Galton. No, this is actually from The Descent of Man, his book, and the citation is there. Right? It says, at some future period, not very distant from as measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savage races throughout the world. The break will then be rendered. Hold on, Stu. I'm literally in the middle of reading, brother. The break will then be rendered wider, for it will intervene between man in a more civilized state, as we may hope, than the Caucasian. Right? So he's hoping in some future time that the Caucasian will become even more evolved or reach an even more civilized state, and some apes as low as a baboon. So he's hoping that the leap that Caucasians will make in the future will be as great a leap, right, as currently or at that time existed between the Caucasian and apes, instead of as at present between the Negro or Australian and the gorilla. So meaning that white people and apes, wide gap. Negroes and apes, very, very tiny gap. And he's hoping in the future, the progress that the Caucasian will make will be more like the gap between white people and apes, as opposed to the tiny gap between Negroes and the gorilla. And that is directly from the book, not a letter. All right, so we're going to go back to where I had left off in the article. I was around citation number 10 or so. Boom, boom, boom. He was co-signing Galton's plan to have the Chinese basically, through sexual selection, completely supplant the African inhabitants of East Africa, right? And then we got into Benjamin K. Hayes, and the author was making the argument that he was inspired by Darwin, right? And Stu Pease objected strenuously to even reading that portion. So we got past that. All right. And then he was making the point that most of the great black men of the time had some Anglo-Saxon blood. This is from Hayes again, K. Hayes. And the person who had immediately came to mind, I was asking Stu Pease, is W.E.B. Du Bois, right? He was one of those mixed guys that Hayes is given credit to of being a fine Negro, right? All right, so to continue, it says here, left to itself, a Negro population lapses into barbarism. The Negro has been domesticated, but the question is, will he ever become an integral part of Anglo-American civilization? The black man has never been a competitor, but has always been subservient to the white race. And just so long as he remains subservient, his position is secure. And just so soon as he becomes a competitor, his fate is sealed. The author continues to say, Hayes very simply applies the Darwinian theory to his perception of America, drawing the same conclusions that Galton and Darwin himself reached. In the latter half of the essay, Hayes turns his attention to the racial tension in America, to how the racial tension in America could be resolved. He concludes only two options exist for African Americans: submission or destruction. Hayes synthesizes the natural extension of Darwin's beliefs, saying, the weak has ever been dominated by the strong, and where the strong cannot control, it will destroy. As long as a weaker race will render service, it will be protected by the stronger. But whenever and wherever the weaker becomes a competitor of the stronger, the struggle for existence will be brief, and the relentless hand of natural selection will place the weaker in the list of those that are numbered with the past. And there's a citation there. Citation number 13. Okay, so that is also from Hayes. All right, so we're almost done. Stu, you there?
Yeah, but more rebut after you. All right.
Okay,
So
we're
continue.
almost done. We're almost finished. So it says here, clearly, we got one paragraph. It says, clearly the work of Darwin and his successors lead toward racist and destructive conclusions, which have been used since their inception to justify oppression. Southern slaveholders and their later apologists used Darwin as a balm for their consciences, vindicating their actions with the words of the father of evolution. Your time, Stu.
Okay. I'm going to read an excerpt from a PubMed article. The name of the article is Race, Language, and Mental Evolution in Darwin's Descent of Man. The author is Stephen G. Alter, and it was written in 2007. And the first paragraph goes like this. Charles Darwin was notoriously ambiguous in his remarks about the relationship between human evolution and biological race. My argument is Darwin was a man of his times. During the time that Darwin lived, he lived in a time where racism was at its peak.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And as a result, he was oftentimes ambiguous when discussing when discussing the relationship between human evolution and race. Because Darwin, based on his other writings, knew that all men were the same species. But because he was a man of his time, he had to be ambiguous, or else he'll be treated like a charlatan and tarred and feathered and put out a toe. But if you want to make him a racist, I will give you that, because the time that he existed in. But he never really stressed men when he talks about species and evolution, because he knows that these things would trigger an emotional response from people who did not want to associate themselves with black people as being the same species. And if you want to dig up 10 million quotes on that, I can't find it. But we know that Darwin was ambiguous. He never really touched it. He never really talked for it. We know that he was an abolitionist. We know that he has racist people in his direct family.
Yeah,
but
I don't know that he was an abolitionist. I haven't seen any evidence to that end. Because to me, an abolitionist that's an adjective, right? Or excuse me, yeah, that's an adjective, right? The word abolitionist. So that would imply action. I don't know, what actions did Darwin take to that end, to earn that title? because I've heard this argument before, and I've yet to be presented with anything to substantiate this so-called abolitionist title.
Okay, let's look. Let's look. Let's look. How did Darwin? I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find something with a quote and cited Darwin and slavery. It's a Darwin correspondent. This is a Darwin correspondent. And then I'm not going to discuss more about the racist aspect because I agree. Darwin believed that this is Darwin correspondent. The art and no. This is for 11 to 14-year-olds. I'm not going to use it. The Washington Post have an article here. It's an opinion, and I'm not going to read it because it's an opinion. I'm trying to find it because Darwin was. If you check up, was Darwin an abolitionist? Most of the things coming up say yes, he was an abolitionist. But I'm looking for a paper. I'm looking for a paper. No.
All right. So in the meantime, while Stu gets that
Yeah.
source together, I'm gonna read another article here, which provides some more evidence towards substantiating the idea that Darwin was an unabashed white supremacist. So,
All right. So I found one.
okay,
And
you
this is
want to
from
share?
Darwin.
You want to share your screen, or
I can't share on
okay,
this idiot phone. Right? This is from
okay.
Darwin Works, right? On the 19th of August, we finally left the shores of Brazil. I thank God. I shall never again visit a slave country to this day. If I hear a distant scream, it recalls with painful vividness my feeling when passing a house near this town. I can't pronounce it. I heard the most pitiable moans and could not be subset the same poor slave was being tortured. Yet knew I was as powerless as a child, even to remonstrate. I suspect that these moans were from tortured slaves, for I was told that this is the case in other instances. Darwin detests slavery. If he was a white supremacist, he wouldn't detest slavery. White supremacists relied on slavery. They didn't see slaves as human beings. True white supremacists don't see black people as human beings. But I'm not going to argue whether or not Darwin is a racist anymore because we need to move on to other things.
Oh, you want to get into the natural selection thing? How
Yeah.
far in the show are we? It's 8:40.
Yeah, we're 1 hour in.
Wow, we're
We're
already
1
an
hour
hour
in.
in.
We're
Jesus.
hour. Right. So
God
I
damn, time move fast.
will give you that because that has anybody who read upon Darwin can realize what him was.
So for you, Stoopies, support of racism and being a white supremacist is necessarily mutually inclusive. So you can't detest slavery and at the same time still believe that you're innately superior to another human being based on your race. You're saying that's impossible to your mind.
My argument is primarily about Darwin. I'm not making a general statement. I'm talking about Darwin. We're talking about Darwin here. Darwin was ambiguous.
You know what? I'm buying you a phone for your birthday, bro. You say your birthday in August, right? I'm getting you a phone, bro. You got to get rid of that flip phone, dog. Hey, Chef, the man still got a Motorola Razr, bro. In 2024, I got to get you a phone, Stu.
Uh,
This shit
right?
crazy. We ain't heard nothing. You just said the last 10 seconds.
All right, okay. This is what I'm saying. This is what Stupid is saying. When Stupid is talking about um the question you just asked, white supremacy and slavery.
Mm-hmm.
I said that I am not generalizing. I'm talking about Darwin specifically. Darwin was an abolitionist. Darwin was ambiguous because Darwin, at that time, if Darwin came out and said, everybody's the same race, they would have pickled Darwin and throw him out of town. But that is what Darwin, if you read Pan Darwin theory, that's what Darwin theory tell you, that everybody's the same race. But him couldn't say it out loud and live in white society. He'd be seen as a traitor.
But he did. He
to
put
white
that in
people.
his. He put that in his text. So he did say that.
Okay.
Excuse me. He did say that out loud. You know, he did say that black people and white people all come from this. We're the same species. He did say that, but he did caution that that doesn't mean that we shouldn't rank the races, though. Yeah, we're the same,
Okay.
but we're still above you in rank.
Okay.
You know, so I'm going to read this article real quick, and then we're going to get into the natural selection part of the discussion. All right, so it says here February is Black History Month, and this week, Friday, February 12th, is Darwin Day. The hell is Darwin Day? The birthday of Charles Darwin. It is therefore quite appropriate to probe and ask, what exactly did Charles Darwin's evolutionists' leading light believe about race? Was he a racist? Most of Darwin's apologists say emphatically no. Adrian Desmond and James Moore, for example, suggest that opposition to slavery was indeed Darwin's sacred cause. All right, that's the argument you were just making, Stupies, and that is conviction that all mankind was linked together through common descent led to that fervent belief. Adam Gopnik in Angels and Ages states emphatically racism in any form that would have been familiar in his time or would be familiar in ours had no place either in Darwin's life or in Darwin's logic. But is this true? A careful examination of the facts suggests that when it comes to Darwin and race, it's three strikes, you're out. Ranking races by intellect. First, although Darwin may indeed have opposed slavery, he did not believe in racial equality. In The Descent of Man, he cited the work of his generation's leading ethnologists, J. Bernard Davis and Paul Broca, in linking cranial capacity with racial and ethnic hierarchies. Darwin was quite clear on the matter. Science demonstrated that craniometrics allowed for the ranking of intellect accordingly. The belief that there exists in man some close relationship between the size of the brain and the development of the intellectual faculties is supported by the comparison of skulls of savage and civilized races, of ancient and modern people. Hey, mute out, Stu. And by the analogy of the whole vertebrate series, Dr. J. Bernard Davis has proved by many careful measurements that the mean internal capacity of the skull in Europeans is 92.3 cubic inches, in Americans 87.5, in Asians 87.1, and in Australians only 81.9 cubic inches. Should there be any surprise, then, that Darwin would tell the Reverend Charles Kingsley in a letter dated February 6, 1862, it is very true what you say about the higher races of men. When high enough, replacing and clearing off the lower races. In 500 years, how the Anglo-Saxon race will have spread and exterminated whole nations. And in consequence, how much the human race, viewed as a unit, will have risen in rank. In other words, he's saying that it will be a natural course of just a natural progression of evolution, that the Caucasians will wipe out, those lesser races below them. That in of itself, you could make the argument that he doesn't necessarily have a dog in the fight. But when he adds that it will actually be an improvement for mankind to exterminate those lower races. That's where the issue comes in. So that quote right there, he gives a ringing endorsement for genocide and ethnic cleansing, you know.
All right,
All
let me
right,
let me let
so
me let me let me let me let me let me let me rebut that. Again, I will tell you that Darwin was a man of his times. And I need everybody to listen to me as I walk this through. Right? When European or the colonizers enters into foreign countries, like when they went into the Americas, the first thing they proceed to do is to decimate the population, to remove the power. It and when Darwin look at that in his time and look at his theory of natural selection, it's like when certain bees or certain ants invade an area, they tend to kill off all the ants in that area. That was part of his theory of natural selection, that the survival of the fittest, the survival of the strongest. At the time, white people was militarily stronger than everybody else, right? And if it was not so, what was that white people happen to colonize most, if not all, of the world? And we can go from China, which had a big population, India, Africa, Americas. These white people were doing what they were doing. Richard Kipling during that time said it was a white man burden to go out there and civilize the savages in the Philippines. It was he was a man of his times, and he relied on the science of his time, and he trusted the science of the time that said that cranium size had to do with intelligence. If Darwin was alive today as a scientist and probably and had privy to these information, would he hold the same argument? I don't think so. But I call him a racist because he was a man of his time. So, but you need Darwin to be a racist for your other argument to hold any truth. So we're going to continue, and then you can move on to your other arguments.
Well, you know what? I think a part of me wants to say that you could be a racist and your theory be viable, even though I will agree that to some extent his depraved mindset informs the theory, but in and of itself, from a purely scientific standpoint, just because he's a racist doesn't necessarily mean that it necessarily invalidates his theory. So no, I'd say for the most part, those two things are mutually exclusive. I believe I know I have a good ability to compartmentalize. So yeah, no, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, Stu. But let's finish up this article, and then we're going to get into a video by some college professors and PhDs stating that Darwin's theory of natural selection is untenable. It doesn't work. All right. But let's go ahead and knock this article out. So we're what now? Almost an hour and a half, and it's crazy how time flies, man. Crazy. All right. Or that he would write to William Graham on July 3rd, 1881. Remember what risks the nations of Europe ran not so many centuries ago of being overwhelmed by the Turks, and how ridiculous such an idea now is. The more civilized so-called Caucasian races have beaten the Turkish hollow in the struggle for existence. Look into the world at no very distant date. What an endless number of the lower races will have been eliminated by the higher civilized races throughout the world. For Darwin, humans could be placed into definite racial categories with an Anglocentric eye. Did Darwin really believe in the equality of all humankind? No. Strike one. The brotherhood of man. Did common descent translate for Darwin into racial equality? The so-called brotherhood of man? Quite the contrary. For him, common descent also meant struggle for existence, and so survival of the fittest could easily translate into racial superiority, national expansion, extermination of quote unquote inferior peoples, and a view of human quote unquote progress that was unmistakably racialized. Even his apologists, Desmond and Moore, are forced to admit in Darwin's sacred cause, Darwin ended up calibrating human rank no differently than the rest of his generation. That's that whole man of his time thing. After shunning talk of high and low in his youthful evolution books, he had ceased to be unique or interesting on the subject. For Darwin, common descent meant the evolutionary ascent of superior ethnic and racial groups over inferior ones. Strike two. Darwin and eugenics. Finally, there is Darwin's contribution to eugenics, a horrific abuse in the name of science that sought to quote unquote improve humanity by selective breeding of society's best and the forced sterilization of society's worst people. One of Darwin's most persistent defenders, historian Peter Bowler, insists in Darwin Deleted that eugenics was spawned by middle class fears of a rising tide of the unfit in later 19th and early 20th century society. Furthermore, he argues it was eugenics that encouraged scientists to focus on heredity and recognize the potential of artificial selection. And they could have done this without the inspiration of Darwin. It is true that eugenics certainly had a class based element to it, but it is also true that eugenics was also seen as a form of racial hygiene, leading toward a better society. Bowler's claim that eugenics could have been pursued without Darwin is doubtful. After all, it was Darwin's own fascination with the domestic breeding of pigeons and livestock that formed the first chapter of his Origin of Species. And this domestic breeding analogy he took to be the essence of natural selection's creative power. Jean Guéon has argued convincingly in Darwin's struggle for survival that his domestic breeding analogy was not merely a pedagogical tool. You have something?
Was Darwin a eugenist?
Yes.
All right. Continue.
Yes.
Continue.
That his domestic breeding analogy was not merely a pedagogical tool or a heuristic device, but essential to the theory itself. But despite what Bowler argues, the link between Darwin and eugenics was made by leading eugenicists themselves, as when Paul Popenoe and Roswell Hill Johnson write in Applied Eugenics, cited in 1918. Now, I know the counter argument that would be made by an apologist is that this isn't Darwin. And it would be fair for them to say this, right? So these men are claiming inspiration from Darwin. That's no indictment necessarily on Darwin himself, but we're going to continue anyway. The science of eugenics is the go ahead.
There's no history of Darwin being a eugenist. People use Darwin work to justify eugenics, but Darwin was never a eugenist, right?
Right.
So when people jump on and say Darwin was there's no history saying that Darwin was a eugenist. In Jamaica had one of the biggest eugenics study in the world. Many people don't know this. Type in Jamaica and the study of eugenics because of the mixed race population which exists at the time. So it resulted in a major eugenics study taking place in Jamaica. One of the biggest eugenics studies that take place in the world. Darwin was no eugenist. But if you want to run with that, run with it. Because other people say that to justify no Darwin, there's no history of Darwin being a eugenist. None at all.
Right, that's fair. I'm going to show some.
We touched big a while ago that we implied that the man was a eugenist, and there's no history of that taking place. There's no history of Darwin being a eugenist.
Well, I'll be reading some evidence to that end, Stupies, in a little bit. That should end that debate, but let's get through this article here. So it says here, the science of eugenics is the natural result of the spread and acceptance of organic evolution. Following the publication of Darwin's work, The Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection in 1859, it took a generation for his ideas to win the day, but then they revolutionized the intellectual life of the civilized world. Man came to realize that the course of nature is regular, that the observed sequence of events can be described in formulas which are called natural laws. He learned that he could achieve great results in plant and animal breeding by working in harmony with these laws. Then the question logically arose, is not man himself subject to those same laws? Can he not use his knowledge of them to improve his own species, as he has been more or less consciously improving the plants and animals that were of most value to him for many centuries? So it would appear that efforts to distance Darwin from the odious designs of eugenics are contradicted by the statements of eugenicists themselves. Whatever Bowler may think of the matter, it is clear that Darwin's theory was uppermost in these social manipulators' minds when they contemplated the wonders to which eugenic principles could be applied. And that is strike three. Now, I want to be completely fair to Stu Pease. That last strike three, that last strike, for me, is not very strong. It's not a very strong argument because it is basically like a third hand or third party type of argument by proxy, right? So I'm going to concede that to Stu Pease. However, I have something much stronger to present that perhaps Darwin wasn't a avowed eugenicist. He didn't proclaim so or wasn't any part of society's necessarily, but he did give eugenics a ringing endorsement, though. So I'm going to present that evidence here. Before I do that, Stu, do you have anything?
I hear to present evidence, but I have no idea that Darwin is a eugenist. Not because people use your work, meaning that I can use somebody else's work, and I can say this person work helped me to come to this general understanding. But it don't make the person that thing because I use their work, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
I use EMC square and I develop the bomb. That don't necessarily mean say I was pro nuclear. We have to be honest. People can use your work and manipulate your work to suit what they want. That don't necessarily mean
Mm-hmm.
say you are that. Many scientific papers have been written on genetic manipulation, CRISPR. If somebody wants to use CRISPR to manipulate human genes, it don't mean that the person who invented CRISPR was that. We cannot go down that road. We cannot go down that road. People use people work all the time. It don't necessarily mean that because somebody used my work for bad intention means that I was responsible for bad intention. If I invented
Mm-hmm.
a time machine and somebody jump in that time machine and go back in time and kill Martin Luther King, it don't mean that I was in agreement with the death of Martin Luther King. You have to be careful how these people, evil people, will use works, scientific works, to justify their behavior. It is what it is. But not because you use my work that made me that. And there's no history of Darwin being a eugenist. So we need to cut that out. They don't have any history. Not because somebody said, oh, Darwin is a person that I believed in. Oh, Darwin's
Mm-hmm.
work inspired me. He might be an inspiration to many, but that don't mean that him was that.
Right. Yeah, I'd be
Right?
inclined to agree. I'd be inclined to agree with this Stu Pease because, like I said, that last strike one and two are solid, solid as a rock. Can't get around them. Strike three of that article is a little flimsy, a little flimsy. You know, I'm not a supporter of that type of argumentation. It's pretty weak. It's pretty weak. So,
Very weak argumentation.
with
If you
that
want to
said,
run
you
with it.
sound far away, Stu.
Sorry. If you want to run with that argument, run with it. But that argument is a very weak argument.
You want to crown their ass? Crown them.
Yeah. Because
You know that quote, Stu?
eh?
You know that quote?
No, I don't really know.
Dennis Green. I know Chef know. You want to crown their ass? Crown them. But we had them, and we let them off the hook. R.I.P. Pete, that is greed, man. That shit classic. But all right. So I'm gonna present the evidence for the fact that Darwin was indeed a proponent of eugenics.
All right, let's hear that argument.
All right. Give me just a second here. All right. All right. So this website here is from the University of Cambridge, and a most esteemed university, right? One of the most elite
England.
In England, right?
Right.
And this is from the Darwin Correspondence Project. So they've taken the great work of categorizing and compiling and collating all of Darwin's written correspondence between him and his peers. And this is from a letter to his cousin, Francis Galton, the father of eugenics. And it's written on the 4th of January, 1873. So Darwin writes, "My dear Galton, very many thanks to Fraser. I've been greatly interested by your article. The idea of castes being spontaneously formed and leading into marriage is quite new to me, and I should suppose to others." Let me kill this English accent. "I am not, however, so hopeful as you. You proposed society would have awfully laborious work, and I doubt whether you could ever get efficient workers. As it is, there is much concealment of insanity and wickedness in families, and there would be more if there were a register. But the greatest difficulty, I think, would be in deciding who deserved to be on the register." Now, just for some context here, Francis Galton had proposed an idea of where the elite in a society would basically form a registry of all the families in the society, and they would deem who was worthy of being able to procreate and who wouldn't. And he proposed sterilization among some other measures to that end. So this is what Darwin is speaking to, right? So Darwin is doubting the logistic feasibility of his cousin's plan, right? So I continue. "But the greatest difficulty, I think, would be in deciding who deserved to be on the register. How few are above mediocrity in health, strength, morals, and intellect, and how difficult to judge on these latter heads. As far as I see, within the same large, superior family, only a few of the children would deserve to be on the register, and these would naturally stick to their own families, so that the superior children of distinct families would have no good chance of associating much and forming a caste. Though I see so much difficulty, the object seems a grand one, and you have pointed out the sole feasible, yet I fear utopian, plan of procedure in improving the human race." Now, to my mind, that's a ringing endorsement. He says, man, this is a great plan. You are seeking to expedite that which I believe is something that would take place as a course of natural evolution anyway. And I'd love to see it happen, but I just don't think you have the logistic capability to do it. It says here, continue, "I should be inclined to trust more, and this is part of your plan, to disseminating and insisting on the importance of the all-important principle of inheritance. I will make one or two minor criticisms. It is not probable that the inhabitants of malarious countries owe their degraded and miserable appearance to the bad atmosphere, though this does not kill them. rather than to economy of structure. I do not see that an orthognathous face would cost more than a prognathous face, or a good morale than a bad one. That is a fine simile about the chip of a statue. And what he's referring to is page 419 in Galton's one of Galton's texts. He uses some analogy about the chip of a statue or something like that. But surely nature does not more carefully regard races than individuals, as I believe I have misunderstood what you mean. Okay, that's in parentheses. So it says individuals as evidenced by the multitude and races and species which have become extinct. Would it not be truer to say that nature cares only for the superior individuals and thus makes her new and better races? But we ought both to shudder in using so freely the word nature after what Decandole has said. Again, let me thank you for the interest received in reading your essay. Yours very sincerely, Charles Darwin. Many thanks about the rabbits. Your letter has been sent to Balfour, blah, 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 blah. This letter will not be worth your deciphering, and I've almost finished Greg's enigmas, blah, 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 to you, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So none of that is, I doubt whether you have made clear how the families on the register are to be kept pure or superior, and how they are to be in a course of time to be still further improved. So real quick, Stu, before you jump in, I'm going to Google the meaning of eugenics, right? So everything that Darwin said there is that he's all for the selective breeding to improve the race. He gives a ringing endorsement of that. And he only doesn't see it being logistically feasible. That's the only contention he has, right? So let's look up the meaning of eugenics. Definition. It says the study of how to arrange reproduction within a human population to increase the occurrence of heritable characteristics regarded as desirable. Developed largely by Sir Francis Galton as a method of improving the human race. Eugenics was increasingly discredited as unscientific and racially biased during the 20th century, right? And blah, 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 blah. Let me look up the etymology of the word really quickly. All right, so it comes from the Greek word eugenes, meaning good in birth or good in stock. Now, even if you object to Darwin being I guess an official eugenicist or being part of some official organization, you should be clear and you must agree, if you're being fair and objective, that in concept, that his take on the matter is a ringing endorsement, and that he would therefore qualify because he does believe in selective breeding for the purpose of improving the human race. So yeah, that is my argument for the fact that Darwin was indeed a eugenicist. What say you, Stu?
What say me?
Mm-hmm.
This is what I am saying. This is what I, Stupid, is saying. I, Stupid, say that Darwin was a man of his time, and we cannot neglect that. Cannot neglect that Darwin was a man of his time. For all the tribe, we can't neglect that. Huh? We can't neglect that. Darwin was a man of his time.
Based on that letter that he wrote to his brother, would you agree with my assessment that he is a eugenicist?
No.
So what do you make of the letter?
The letter is two people facilitating each other. Two people reasoning and talking. about a specific topic, and Darwin giving him pushback. So listen, I don't agree with you saying this, and I don't agree with you saying that. But that could be a possibility, and that could not be a possibility, right? But that is what I'm saying.
Well, he agrees with the idea.
Who said that?
I just read it.
The man having
You want me to read it? You want me to read it
the
again?
man having a conversation. The man having an academic conversation. Do you agree that he's having an academic conversation?
Sure.
Right, he's having an academic conversation.
Okay. And that's to say, but he does agree. All right. Would you agree that Darwin endorses the idea of selective breeding for the purposes of improving the human race?
And again, Darwin believed in survival of the fittest.
Mm-hmm. That's a separate thing, though.
Right?
It's kind of related, but that's separate.
But what you know what you always do? You tend to
Mm-hmm.
have the ability to ask the same question 10 different ways. Because you're asking me, do I agree that Darwin is a eugenist? And I say no. And you ask the question another way. Do you believe that Darwin believed in selective breeding?
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's the same question you're asking me. I already said no to you. If I said no about eugenics, why would I say yes about it?
Okay, so Darwin wasn't a proponent of selective breeding.
Yeah? Darwin believed in survival of the fittest. That people breed based on certain qualities that them have that would make them survive for them environment. Meaning that if the environment is such that brown birds can camouflage better in brown trees, brown
Right.
birds will live to pass on
Well,
that
yeah,
character.
those characteristics.
They
Yeah,
would be the fittest. He
yeah,
was
that
never
would be
talking about, so
that
he was
has to
never talking.
do that has to do with the organism's viability in a given environment. Right.
Right, but
That's the survival of the fittest part. But
that is what survival of the fittest is, that I will survive long enough to pass on my genes to have children. That's
right.
what Darwin did. But you ask me the same question about eugenics, and you ask me another way, and you ask me the same question 3 times.
There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's
No,
anything wrong with that.
because what you imply when you ask a question 3, 4 different times is that I lack the understanding to realize that you're playing a childish game. You already asked a question and I said no. No, you're being childish by asking the question 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times.
Well, Stupies, would you agree that a person could say or could be teaching on the same subject, literally the same subject, and that a person could not get what, it won't necessarily resonate or connect, but then another person can put it a different way and it connects? Do you agree that happens sometimes?
Are you implying that stupid is so stupid that I can twist the words and rearrange it, and stupid don't have enough common sense to realize that I'm asking him the same question?
You want me to answer that question?
No, because that's what you're implying.
Or is it rhetorical?
It's rhetorical because that's what you're implying.
Okay.
When you ask somebody who you consider to be an intelligent human being the same question 3 or 4 different ways, you're now questioning their intelligence.
I disagree with that.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Because I would say that for me, from my perspective, I'm thinking that it's a failing on my part to be a communicative failing on my part. That's why I rephrase it and put it a different way. You know what I'm saying?
I would say what you just said, a failing on your part, I could interpret as that you would agree that you asked a stupid question in the first place, and you try to make the question less stupid. So you ask it another way. That's how some people could interpret it also.
Well,
Right?
I guess it could.
So if you ask a question of any value and the person answer the question, You don't need to ask him the same question again.
Well, I think the way that I phrased it the second or third time was more pointed.
So you are in agreement that you ask a stupid question?
No, the question was fine, but I wouldn't give it the term stupid has, very, very abrasive connotations, right? I guess I take it that you have it that I was making indictments on your intelligence and
By asking the same question 2 or 3 times.
right. And I think I was clear in saying that no, that wasn't me asking the question 2 or 3 times, is because I believe that on my part, I wasn't clear enough. That's a very distinct thing from the question being stupid. Perhaps I was convoluted. You get what I'm saying? Maybe the first question was convoluted. It wasn't pointed enough. So it's a failing on my part. Nothing to do with stupidity. And I don't think you're certainly not stupid. Far from it. I regularly call you and I regularly call you for wait no.
Let's move on from that.
Yeah, I regularly call you and tell you about life challenges that I have because that's how much I value your intellect. I say it all the time that you're like you're almost like a mentor sometimes. I call it, hey Stu, hey, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna, what do you think? You know what I'm saying? So that should tell you what I think about your intellect.
You're going to move on to bigger and better things. Just a word of advice. You have the ability to move on to bigger and better things. You're going to ask, and you're going to interview people who are good at what they do.
Mm-hmm.
And when you ask people the same question 2 or 3 times, many persons will take it as an insult on their intelligence. You might not mean it that way, but it will come off that way.
Well, I should hope that should that happen, I can make amends. And, I try my hardest to communicate to the person that certainly was not my intention. Yeah, and that I'm asking because I believe the failing was on my part of being clear and pointed. But anyway, we're about to get into the fun part. Because the racism thing, there's really nothing to talk about there, right? That's pretty much settled. Darwin was an unabashed racist. Full stop. So now let's get into the natural selection part. How viable is the natural selection argument? Does it work? So we're going to sit here, we're going to react to a video by the Hoover Institution. Let's have some fun, folks.
Welcome to Uncommon Knowledge. I'm Peter Robinson, shooting today in Fiesole, a town in the hills above Florence, Italy. With me today, 3 guests. David Berlinski is a philosopher, mathematician, and author who has lived in Paris for a couple of decades now and is now the editor of Inference, the International Review of Science. David Galarrenter is a professor of computer science at Yale and the author of a number of books, including most recently The Tides of Mind, Uncovering the Spectrum of Consciousness. Stephen Meyer is a philosopher and author. He directs the Center for Science and Culture at the Discovery Institute, a think tank in Seattle. Here's what brings us together. In the Claremont Review of Books this past spring, David Galarrenter published an essay titled Giving Up Darwin. Quote, Stephen Meyer's thoughtful and meticulous book, Darwin's Doubt, convinced me that Darwin has failed. The Deniable Darwin and Other Essays, a book by David Berlinski, is also, quote, essential. David Galarrenter, David Berlinski, Stephen Meyer, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, definitions. Darwin's book is on the origin of species, and to quote from David Galarrenter's essay, quote, there's no reason to doubt that Darwin successfully explained the small adjustments by which an organism adapts to local circumstances, changes to fur density, or wing style, or beak shape. Yet there are many reasons to doubt whether he can explain the big picture, not the fine-tuning of existing species, but the emergence of new ones, close quote. Okay, I'm a layman, I know nothing. Start by convincing me, somebody, that you're not just defining the term species to Darwin's disadvantage. Who wants to take that one?
All right. Before we get into it, folks, let me check in with the chat. Let me see what's going on in the chat. So, Stu, you have anything so far? Are you intrigued because I believe you've watched this video before, right?
I've watched this video before and I laughed. I laughed.
Mm-hmm.
I laughed my ass off when I watched it
Mm-hmm.
the first time. So let's watch it
Are you
together.
intrigued? Are you at all intrigued to react to it, though? Does it interest you, or?
No, none of these men imply anything of substance.
So no, it doesn't. It doesn't necessarily get your intellectual juices. Pause. No Sean Combs. It doesn't get the intellectual juices flowing at all, or nothing.
No, it doesn't for me. It doesn't for me.
Oh man, that's really disappointing. Couldn't you just lie and say yes, man? Cause no, you kill it for the audience, though. Stupid, just lie, man. You know, lying is okay. I don't care what the Bible says, right? But anyway, you there, Stu?
Yeah, I'm listening.
All right. So let me get back to sharing my screen. Chef is ready. Let me see what Chef said. Oh, Chef said go. Chef is excited. I'm glad somebody excited. Cause I'm all geeked up for this, man. Go ahead, share the screen. Oh yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, we struggle streaming. And what? And what? All right, where we at with it? Where we at with it? Where we at with it? Where the heck is it? I just had it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, people. There we go.
Who wants to take that one? David?
There really is very little disagreement on the issue of what a species is, and I think it doesn't have to be a technical term. I think virtually any alert child knows when he passes from one species of pet creature to another species, or what
Dog, cat.
yeah, a cow or a sheep or something like that. This is part of our innate view of the universe. Nobody wants to define anything to Darwin's disadvantage. I think you're looking at three scientists here, and I think every one of us has appreciated, and I'm speaking only for myself, but I'd be surprised, appreciated the beauty of what Darwin did. It certainly was no joy to conclude that Steve was right. It was no joy for me to give up a beautiful theory, and one
Why
that
was it
was
beautiful?
such a
Why
good
was it beautiful?
explanation.
Beautiful is aesthetic, so there's something subjective about it, but explain that. Why did Darwin strike you as beautiful?
You know, each year of my life, I am less convinced that there's anything at all subjective about beauty.
Oh, really?
The fact that here we are in Florence, and every single person in the city wants to see the Michelangelo self-portrait I mentioned to you, and the slaves in the Accademia, and the great paintings in the Uffizi. People come from all over Asia. People come from Africa, they come from all over the world. There's spectacularly little disagreement. I mean, there's disagreement about theorems and topology also. When people say, I believe the proof, I don't believe the proof. There's disagreement about everything in human life, but I think less about the greatest art than about any other subject. Beauty is something that I think scientists tend to agree on to use as a pointer in the direction of truth. Darwin's theory struck me as beautiful insofar as it explains big things by generalizing little things. You mentioned the change in the density of fur on a creature with fur, the shape of the beak of a bird or of the feather of a bird. Darwin can explain those things by principles of natural selection. And when he says, well, we can go from these little changes, a beak is 3 inches as opposed to 3 1/4 inches, we can use the same mechanism by which we explain that to explain why there are sheep and cows, why there are monkeys and also orangutans, and why apes are different from monkeys. The fact that we can explain this huge question of where species came from, the origin of species, using the same mechanism that will work for tiny variations in the fur of a sheep or the beak of a bird is one aspect of what makes the theory beautiful. I mean, other people look at it from different points of view.
Just quickly, because I want to go into the arguments against, but did you have the same response? Does Darwin strike you as beautiful?
Never for a minute.
Stephen?
It was a comprehensive synthesis. And so from the standpoint of what scientists look for, it had an appeal. It was also a well-argued book, The Origin of Species. But it was well argued on the basis of evidence that was known in the 19th century and not things that we've learned mostly from the 20th and 21st.
Okay, we come to that now. Again from David Galanter's essay, quote, Darwinian, the fossil record, problem 1, the fossil record, Darwinian evolution, I'm quoting you, is gradual, step by step. Yet in the Cambrian explosion of around 500 million years ago, a striking variety of new organisms, including the first ever animals, pop up suddenly in the fossil record over a mere 70 million years, close quote. Now, 70 million years.
All right, Stu, are you familiar at all with the Cambrian explosion?
Yeah, continue. Yeah.
Care to add any?
What we really need to think about when we're having this conversation is that we are talking about not somebody who studied evolution. We're actually having a discussion with somebody who's a computer scientist. But continue.
I think, which one is the computer scientist? I think that's the one that's to the far right, right?
There's no biologist on that. There is a political scientist, a computer scientist, and who else?
The other guy is a mathematician and something else. Yeah. All right. I was wondering if you what you knew about the Cameron explosion, if, possibly you could kind of edify.
You had like a whole ton of speciation thinking.
Right. Are you by the phone or are you on speaker?
I'm on speaker. My headset died.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's get back to it.
Seems to be plenty of time for all kinds of surprising things to this layman. Explain, why is the Cambrian explosion such a problem for Darwin?
The Cambrian explosion was something that...
Such a problem that it even began to convince this man.
Yeah, it was a problem that even Darwin was aware of, and he wrote about it in The Origin of Species. He said it was inexplicable on his view of life. But he felt that the future fossil finds would fill in the missing ancestral forms that were evident. What happens in the Cambrian is you get a huge number of what are called the animal body plans, where a body plan is a unique configuration of body parts and tissues. And they arrive very abruptly in the fossil record without discernible connection to earlier precursors or earlier ancestors in the Precambrian record.
If this wall were the side of a canyon, halfway up we'd see...
You have a stripe of rock, and in that stripe you'd find a whole bunch of new forms of animal life.
And in the layers underneath there would be no intermediate, there'd be nothing leading to that.
With any discernible connection. Right. And so the Cambrian explosion itself has been differently dated, but increasingly the date that David used of 70 million years is a very generous date for it. The age range is actually narrowing as a result of additional findings. It's now about 10 million years is the increasingly accepted date, and there are major explosions. In one Chinese scene, there's 13 to 16 different major groups of animals that have arisen in a 5 to 6 million year window. It's incredibly abrupt geologically when you consider the age of the Earth is 4.5 billion years. It's also very abrupt biologically, because there is a mathematical branch of Darwinian theory called population genetics that allows us to calculate how much change, evolutionary change, we ought to expect in a given amount of time if we know things like the mutation rate, the generation time, the population sizes. And 5, 10, even 70 million years is a blink of an eye in terms of the calculations that can be made for what are called waiting times. And the expected waiting times for the amount of change that's evident in the Cambrian blow out the time scale, if you will. They're hundreds of millions or billions of years. So this is a really unexpected event.
Now, I know you said, I don't know necessarily what this guy's discipline is. That's a interesting question that you asked insofar as the qualifications. But insofar as assessment of the Cambrian explosion, as much as you know, is that a fair assessment that he makes,
Listen,
in your opinion?
I'm not an evolutionist. I'm not a microbiologist. I can somehow that I know the same amount of information about the Cambrian as he does, right? Because not as if he studied this professionally. All of this is his opinion based on the data that presented itself to you. His opinion is that one, there was too many different species, that the biological clock, somehow that and so I'm getting feedback, I don't know why.
You still getting it?
Yeah, it got no, that the biological clock or the evolutionary clock did not have enough time to make so many changes. Right? He's not taking into consideration what was happening at that time. Wasn't taking about the explosion of trees resulting in far more a richer oxidant-dense environment. He doesn't take anything else into consideration based on one factor he's taking into consideration. The one factor is that there was an explosion of species and there wasn't enough time. That's the only factor. He's not taking into consideration what was happening, how the world looked at that time. He's not discussing that. But let's continue.
All right. So I would say that I believe that he's, you know what, let me look up his qualifications real quick. Stephen Meyer, before we get back into the video. Because, you know, what he says about it being 70 million years, or that was the initial date, I'm pretty sure I'm thinking that he didn't just pull that out of thin air. I'm guessing that he was, hold on, Sleepies. I'm guessing that was the accepted consensus in biology. And when he says that, no, it's kind of narrowing down more to 10 million years, I'm, of course, again, assuming that he's leaning on the consensus in biology. I would hope that he's not making up anything out of whole cloth. Perhaps he is. I don't know. But that's my thinking. What were you going to say, Stu?
I wasn't contesting what he's saying. He's denying it based on one factor. He's denying it based on one factor: time. That's the only factor he's saying that this is not possible because the limited amount of time, it shouldn't be possible that this occurred. Right? He's not talking about he's not dismissing any other factor which may have contributed to the explosions of species. He's just saying that I don't see the amount of time, so it's not possible. That is his argument. His argument is one-dimensional. So he's building up premises on a one-dimensional argument. But continue playing him. I'll listen to it.
Yeah, I'm looking at his his wiki here. Okay, you earned a Master of Philosophy, Doctor of Philosophy and History, and a Philosophy of Science in 91. A methodological interpretation of origin of life research. Okay, so he studied at Cambridge. So he has a Master of Cambridge, excuse me, he has a master's degree in philosophy from Cambridge and a PhD in history and the philosophy of science, also from Cambridge. So he is a PhD, and his dissertation was on about the origin of life. So I'm certain we could agree that he's a well-studied man. Now, you had made
No, you're overlooking that. His dissertation was on what? On
the interpretation, a methodological interpretation of origin of life research.
He's a Christian.
Yes, he is.
Yes, and he's a creationist.
He is.
So his thing is his dissertation was on creationism, that God created the universe. You want to
you read his dissertation?
Don't have to read it. Listen to the title. I write too much bullshit.
Let me read the title again. His dissertation was entitled Of Clues and Causes, a methodological interpretation. That word is key to me. It doesn't imply or impute anything to do with religion, but what do I know? A methodological interpretation of origin of life research. Now, where in that do you get God or religion?
I speak white people. I can't explain what I speak. That's my argument. He's a creationist, but continue.
Can you translate?
No, I can't translate it. But all of them are creationists. They're all creationists.
Well, no, actually, he's the only creationist. The other guy to the right is an atheist. But
continue.
Now, the question I'd like to ask, no, because the reason why I'm doing this, because we have to break it up, right? Because this is Cambridge, so they don't play.
Yeah,
so we really got to.
He's a creationist.
No, I'm not. I'm saying the video, I believe, is property of Cambridge. So the reason why I'm not eager to or hasty to keep playing it, I'm playing the fair use game. Like, I want to add a lot of commentary. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So to my mind, again, that title I didn't get any implications of science there. So what my question would be to you is it impossible for a believer or a person who is a religious person to engage in science and compartmentalize and be objective? To your mind, is that impossible? And should we just interrogate the arguments made by the person instead of, I get the implication that you're kind of saying because he's a Christian, that pretty much colors his.
I am using the same approach to the Darwin argument that you're making. Because a man is a racist and he believed in stratification of races and he believed in a superior race, his theory of evolution cannot be real. So I'm basically using your same argument or your same approach on this gentleman. Because the man is a creationist and believes that God created the universe, I cannot use him, any of his argument, to deny evolution. It's your approach to argument that you use him.
Well, let me say this. Going back to the beginning, that's why I separated the two. And I said that the two, for me, are mutually exclusive. So I don't know if you recall me saying that earlier in the live, just because you're a racist.
Continue, let me finish.
No, I'm disputing the charge that you said that I said that because Darwin is a racist, that it necessarily invalidates his theory of natural selection, when I went out of my way to say that that's not the case. Now, I believe that I was candid in saying that, to my mind, his viewpoints on race does inform his theory, but it doesn't necessarily invalidate it. For me, I'm able to compartmentalize, and the two are mutually exclusive. So the charge you just made of me is just unfounded. It's just not true.
Okay. All right. Let me use this argument. Let me use a simple little fundamental argument.
I'm saying you have to be fair though, at least. Too.
No,
If don't put something on me that I didn't say,
fair.
is what I'm saying.
I'm being fair, and this is me being fair. And this is me being fair. A man is not what he says, a man is what he does. That's a fair argument. A man can say anything, but what he does determines what he is. What you have done is that you have taken the first hour of the show to emphasize Darwin is a racist. Now, if Darwin isn't a racist, wasn't fundamental to your argument, you would not have spent so much time on it. Right? You can't deny that fact, but anybody who would come,
which I will deny it.
Right? You spend an hour on determining and emphasizing that Darwin is a racist. So you saying that Darwin is a racist now. What were you trying to prove?
Prove that he's a racist.
But why?
That's it.
But what does it have to do with its theory now? That you
it doesn't. That's why I said that
means
they're two separate.
It cannot be. You cannot do that. You cannot argue like that. Because what you have done, basically then, is have wasted hours of people, an hour of people time to something that was not significant to the general purpose of the discussion.
No, they're two separate discussions.
So your discussion.
Are you saying that?
Why would you necessarily have to? All right. So therefore, what you're saying to me is that.
So I should have did two different separate streams. Then is what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is that when we come on when you argue that topic, when you argue that topic, right? We don't tend to argue multiple things. You argue one thing at a time and move on. This was about Darwin and his fallacy. You're saying that Darwin developed a fallacy, which is not true, his theory of evolution. That's a fundamental argument about Darwin. Because we don't want to hear about Darwin other than the most important thing about Darwin was his theory. Right? You spend an hour on his theory. You spend an hour saying that he's a racist, and that was in an effort to minimize his theory. That his theory is based upon how he viewed the world, right? How a racist view the world. And you implied that his theory on evolution is based on his racist thinking.
I wouldn't say I use the word inform.
Right, it's same thing. Inform based upon same thing. It's the same thing.
No. Not the same thing.
That it provided knowledge. That's what inform means. That it provided the knowledge. That
but the base when you say a base is a foundation, inform. So basically, in a house, the base would be the foundation of the house. The informing would be like a curtain or a drape or paint on the walls or something like that. So those are two distinct.
That is just schematic talking. You're arguing schematics, but we can move on from.
All right. Yeah, we've done a good amount of commentary, so let's get right back into it. I don't know why is it not shown in the history though? That's so weird. I have to keep searching for it each time. Like,
it's a really unexpected event, both biologically, mathematically, and geologically on a Darwinian view of things.
All right, back to David Galarenter. We move from the fossil record. I'm coming to you. Go nowhere.
I'm patient.
Oh, thank you, David. David Galarenter, Darwin's main problem is molecular biology. Now, this is complicated to me, but I'm going to continue quoting your essay and then ask somebody to unpack it for this layman here, for this layman who can't tell a cat from a dog apart. The species, treat me as a very slow student. Quoting, I'm quoting you, what does generating new forms of life entail? Many biologists agree that generating a new shape of protein is the essence of it. Argument step number one. Argument step number two. And inventing a new protein means inventing a new gene. You want to give me the overview on that one?
Steve is the real biologist.
All right. Life means new form of life means new protein, means new gene.
Well,
Wait a minute. He just said that Steve is a biologist.
Okay.
Now, that's interesting.
And you
I'll
realize,
explain it
you
in terms
realize
of...
that Steve didn't push back. Let me say something. You realize that Steve didn't push back on what he just said. Because what he just said was really effed up. Because anybody who practice evolution know that everything evolved from a singularity. There's no new forms of that life evolved from a singularity. Right? And he used the term new form of life.
Yeah, he's talking about new species. He's talking about speciation.
There's no, but his choice of words that he used was bullshit.
Okay,
And,
all right.
right? And he knew what he did. Because when you use the word new form of life, what you're actually doing is is getting your audience mixed up by telling them new form of life. Oh, he's mentioning Darwin. Darwin wasn't talking about new form of life because every evolutionist believe that life come from a singularity. That if we go far back enough, everything is related. But he did not tell you that.
So perhaps I'm misguided too then, because I was under the impression that the argument that Darwin, maybe you can help me out, but I was under the impression that the argument that Darwin was making was that the small localized changes that happen due to environmental pressures, like for example, the sheep, not having such thick fur in more tropical climates, or the finches' beaks, I think, were they elongating or becoming shorter because of some environmental pressure? I can't remember exactly how it goes. And that basically the idea was that these small changes could cumulatively over a period of time lead to speciation, i.e., new species, i.e., new forms of life. That's not how that goes, or?
You see, what you're trying is that evolutionists will tell you that there's not, and there's species. And life originates from a singularity. If you use form of, if you want to change the word from species, the form of life, I'll give you that. Change it. Right? But he's not using it that way. But he's not using it that way. Right? He's more implied of different. He's a real white supremacist because the white supremacist argument in music. Like he would want, like how the white supremacists are implying that that black man is a different form of life than a white man.
I assume every white person is racist anyway. That's my default setting until proven otherwise. That's just how I operate, bro. But anyway, we're gonna get right back into it. So I real quick, just looking up the definition of speciation here. It says speciation is how a new kind of plant or animal species is created. Speciation occurs within a group. Speciation occurs when a group within a species separates from other members of its species and develops its own unique characteristics. And that is from National Geographic. That's National Geographic's definition. Let's see what Wiki says. It says speciation is the evolutionary process by which populations evolve to become distinct species. All right. And dictionary.com says the formation of new biological species by the development or branching off of one species into two or more genetically distinct ones. All right. So I don't know if the doctor, I don't know if he's a doctor, but the gentleman with the curly afro had any nefarious intent. I don't think so. I think he was just simply speaking about speciation, but I get the impression that Stu Pease is not so kind or has such a.
It would be familiar to David. If you want to give a computer a new function, write a new program for it to accomplish a new function, you've got to give it new code. And the big discovery of 20th century biology, following Watson and Crick, and what's now called the molecular biological revolution, is the same thing is true in life. You want to invent a new form of life, you've got to have code in the form of the information inscribed along the spine of the DNA molecule, and we're learning, and other forms of information. So you need the information to build the protein molecules that service the different types of cells, and then you need additional information to arrange the cells into the body plans. And so the Cambrian explosion is an explosion of biological form, but it's also an explosion of biological information. And that fact gives us a way of grappling with this question that Darwin didn't have, because we know something about what it takes to generate information in our high-tech digital world of computing.
Right. I have to say that David Galerntner, in his essay, goes very easy on Darwin. First, he calls the theory beautiful and says how sad he is to have to dismiss it. And then he says this molecular stuff, Darwin couldn't have known that.
He couldn't have known it.
So tell me if I've got it more or less right. In Darwin's time, it was good enough to imagine that the basic unit of life, a cell, was like a little brick of Jell-O. It was an undifferentiated, quite uncomplicated thing, and you could imagine putting many, many, many of them together and getting different forms of life. Is that roughly fair?
Yeah, it was good enough for Darwin. It's probably good enough for us as well, but it's not true.
It's not.
That's the big problem. The cell is an unbelievably complex bit of machinery, unfathomably complex. And we haven't understood its complexity at all. Every time we look, there seems to be an additional layer of rebarbative complexity that needs to be factored into our theories. Don't forget, the eternal goal is to explain the emergence of this complexity.
Yes.
And if we're continually behind the curve because the complexity is increasing every time we look, that eternal goal is also receding from view, not approaching, it's receding. It's becoming more and more difficult to construct a theory for that.
All right, now, somebody give me some notion of the math here. Things are more complicated than Darwin knew. We understand that producing new forms of life now means not just new shapes, new activities in which life engages, but a prior code. Or is that fair? You're the man who knows code.
You know, the mathematical element of this, not of population genetics in the complex, sophisticated, predictive sense that Steve was referring to, but just the simple issue of the code. It is remarkable for young people to learn in high school. It's remarkable for me, or in elementary school, to learn that proteins, molecules are assembled because there are codes in the nucleus of cells that spell them out.
All right, want to stop here and add some commentaries. Folks in the audience, we have to do this. These are high-powered institutions, and they do not play about their intellectual property. So I hope no one is annoyed by my frequent stopping of the video. It's an absolute necessity. So before I go in, Stu, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you make of the, insofar as, this is biology 101, so I've come to learn anyway, how the organism, or how we create, the nucleus sends out ribosomes, and it synthesizes proteins, and then those proteins form tissues, organs, and all of that sort of stuff. And it is via genetic code by the arrangement of the amino acids and the A, C, T, and G things. What's the name speaks about this all the time and goes. This would be an interesting discussion to have with him.
Okay.
Chef, when you get a chance, bro, hit me in my Facebook Messenger and give me Ngozi's information, man. I'd love to talk to him regarding this. But what do you make of the whole code thing, Stu?
Okay. All right. Everybody in here know about Windows, right? Everybody in here know about Windows. But there's another program. There's another operating system. Call your DNA operating system. No. Windows 11 that we know now did not come about out of the air. Well, they didn't completely rewrite the code for Windows 11. Right? They didn't completely rewrite the code for Windows 95, Windows 99, Windows Vista. What evolution tell you is that it's gradual changing. So there's tweak to the code, not the entire code that is rewritten. Life exists. And so life, when the primordial soup, or whatever the word is, and life, the first life came online. We still have traces of that life, of that version of how we were, in the code that we carry today. We're just an addition to, and I'm not calling it an improvement, but it's an additional to, and sometimes to the original code. What he's implying is that every time life exists, the code is completely rebooted and new code. No, it's the same life because we're related to plants, we're related to insects, we're related to everything if you follow DNA. But it's just the adjustment of code. During the Cambrian period, many codes were adjusted, and it was adjusted rapidly. And he was saying that there's no timeline. But if you listen to him speak carefully when he talk about code, because the first time I hear him, I said, this man is implying that every time changes occur, it's brand new code. No, because we have code, same code where banana have. I want to look not like a banana. It's the same code, but the code get tweaked in one direction for some species and tweak in other direction for other species. But it's the same code. Same addition to the same manipulation of the code. I'll continue. Every same number of chromosomes, same code.
Right. Now, to my mind, when he says code, he's clearly talking about the configuration of, those building blocks, those genes, etc. That's
No,
what he
it's not.
means by
Repeat
that's
it.
what he
No,
means
it's
by
not.
new code.
No, it's not.
Mhm.
No, it's not.
So you
Because it's not,
disagree?
yeah, because you can't use the word new, right?
Mhm.
You can't use the word new when you talk about that thing.
What is
That
new code like? When all right, so if I were to
new
say
code.
when my mother and father got together and produced me, that it was new code. It was reshuffled. The
No, it
code was
was not. It was new
it,
code.
yeah. So
It
what
was
word would you
new code.
use? So you're objecting to the use of the word new. You have an issue with that.
Yeah, because it was new
Okay.
code.
So what word would you use then?
Hmm?
Reshuffled. What would
And it
you?
was reshuffled.
What
It
word
was
would you
changed.
use?
I would use changes
You
to the
said
code.
tweak. I already say
Yeah,
tweak.
tweak the same thing as change. Change to the code.
So tweak or
Not
change. Okay.
adjustment of the code. But it wasn't a new
Adjustment.
code.
All right. So we
Yeah.
have adjustment, tweak, and what was the other one? Change. Adjustment, tweak, change.
I never
So
said change. I took back change. So take out change
okay.
out
So you're
of it.
gonna
I took
take
back
back.
change.
So tweak or adjust.
Yeah.
All right. So far you don't have necessarily a major disagreement with what he says. That's a semantical disagreement to this point.
No. All right. Internal combustion engine that we use today is the same engine from 100 years ago. But it has been adjusted and tweaked to become what it is today. I'm talking about the internal combustion engine. But I want to be, I'm not talking about the rotary engine now. I'm talking about the cylindrical engine. It's the same engine.
Okay. All right, let's get back into it. I'm probably going to fast forward the video too, because we're coming up on 10 o'clock. And we got, how much time we got left in this video?
But the mathematics underlying these codons is very simple, and Darwin could perfectly well have understood if he had the facts. Each one of these positions has to be occupied by one of 20 amino acids. Okay, so you pick one of 20 guys for this position, and one of 20 guys for this position.
You talk about visualizing a string of beads.
Yeah, like a string of beads.
As you're building a protein. Yeah.
Right, so you have 4 different colored beads, roughly?
I'm building a protein out of amino acids.
Yes.
And I'm doing it by choosing the amino acids one by one by one by one by one.
Yes.
And I have 20 choices each time. Now, if there are several hundred of these things in the string, in the bead, in the necklace, it's a big necklace that wraps around your neck 18 times. So there's several hundred, or 5 times, whatever it is. That's a huge number of possible choices. The number of ways in which you can arrange the emerald followed by the ruby, followed by the opal, followed by the chunk of platinum, and another ruby, and a diamond, and a aquamarine. The number of ways you can arrange that is huge, grows exponentially as the string gets longer. So even when the
you take objection to what he's saying here?
Yeah, because what he's implying is that every time a new species come along, it's completely new code. That's why he's talking about billions and millions of changes. But what
it would have to be that if a cat, the code for a cat is different from that from a dog. That's what makes it a different or new species.
But guess what? The common ancestor for a cat and a dog is totally different if you follow the evolutionary path. So you compare the cat and a dog.
Nothing he's saying is incompatible with that.
Of course it's incompatible. Because what happened is that, let's say, the common ancestor of the cat and the dog. The common ancestor of the cat and the dog, if we go all the way back, was very similar. And when incremental changes would take place, adjustment to that ancestor code caused a diversion. It wasn't new code because the cat and the dog still have a lot of code in common.
Well, it's what, 3 billion base pairs? So it's 3 billion base pairs, and he's talking about the 20 positions that the 20 amino acids that make up, I believe it's each protein. So the fact that he's going into that kind of painstaking detail shows that he has a clear. Hold on. He has a clear. Yeah, the fact that he's going into the actual granular detail of it shows that when he says new, he's speaking to the rearrangement of the existing codon.
But there's no rearrangement.
So you object to the use of the word.
All right.
So to your mind, there's a huge difference between rearrangement and adjustment or tweak. Those are worlds apart.
What's happening? No, they are miles apart. Because when you say the word rearrangement, right? It's a total difference to what
if you have one of 20 choices for each gene or whatever, right? So as he said, in that bead, in that string of protein, the amino acids make up the protein. And for each protein, you have one of 20 choices. Okay. So if you put an opal, like he says here this time, then you put a sapphire, then you put a ruby, but then on the next one you put the ruby first, then the O. That's called a rearrangement. I don't want to argue about this part. I'm moving on.
Let me
It's
speak,
silly.
Even if it's a
can I
cheap neck.
speak, please? Can I
Go
speak,
ahead.
please? Because, let me
Go
speak.
ahead.
Because this dude is so disingenuous that it hurts to listen to him.
What do you think his motive is? What is he trying to achieve with his
He's a Christian.
disingenuousness?
He's a Christian. Just like, no,
What is his name? As
he's a
far as I
Christian,
know, only Meyer is the Christian.
whatever it is. But he is
You
so,
don't even know that. You know he's a Christian. How do you know that, Stoopies?
whatever it is. But if he's practicing
That's
evolution,
incredibly presumptuous.
okay.
You're excoriating this man because of your belief that
Can I
he's a
speak?
Christian.
Can I speak?
Stoopies, you can speak, but you have to be fair and you have to come with some facts. You can't just make up stuff and then run with that.
I am not making up stuff. Are you implying?
You said he's a Christian. You don't know that.
Okay. Let me apologize then. Whatever it is, I don't care what in end product is. Honestly, I don't. Because what his end product is has nothing to do with his bad argument. Because his bad argument is that the DNA is rearranged.
So all that stuff about there being 20 positions for each amino acids, that's all wrong.
That's true.
That's not how it goes.
Brother.
Stoopies, I'm moving on. On.
Can I speak? Or I come on the show to be a choir singer? Because
go ahead, Stoopies.
Feeling like that now because
you know what? Let me stop sharing. Let me see what's going on. Go ahead, Stoopies.
Because what your boy actually said.
My boy.
What your boy actually saying.
Oh my God.
Your boy's
dude,
implied.
You get so emotionally invested in these discussions. It's crazy.
You know what?
You're gonna leave, right?
No. You know what? I realize it's something what you do. Anytime.
Oh my God.
It hurts your soul. But this is it. Your boy, and it's a terminology we use all the time for many different people.
My boy, go ahead, man. Stupid's crazy. Go ahead. Finish what I said, Stu.
Your boy implying that every time there's a new species, there's totally new DNA.
No, oh my God, I can't let you do that. You're just gonna have to be mad. You're just gonna have to be mad with me. Fuck that.
You know, I'm not
sorry. You have to just vex with me.
Publicly to everybody.
No,
I'm never having a show with you again, and my word is my God. Because if I cannot speak,
you're just gonna have to be mad with me, Stoopies.
Tonight is the final show I'm having with something. We'll talk off here for hours, but I'll never have another show with you again. Because honestly, I will never have another show with you. Because I cannot speak.
My God, you're being so dramatic, brother. Go ahead, man.
If I cannot speak, I'm not having another show with you.
Of course I can't speak. But
then
you're making stuff up.
Can I speak now?
Go ahead, man.
This man is telling you that there's a total rearrangement in the billions of proteins that make up DNA. And we know that that is not true. And how we know that is not true? Because many species are closely related to each other. If we follow the classification, kingdom, phylum, genus, we realize that we start with kingdom, plants or animals, right? I would tend to put all life in 2 kingdoms. This is high school biology. I'm not going deeper than that, right? And then we'll talk about phylum, where in the kingdom that organism falls. But when we look at it, people in the same phylum share close DNA connection. You don't have to rebuild or restart or readjust anything. Go and look at classification of organisms and you realize that what he's implying is that during speciation, you have a total rearrangement and you don't have that. Because species belong to, you remember that classification, kingdom, phylum, remember it? From entomology?
I'm familiar. I'm familiar. Mm-hmm.
Right? And we realize that all of these species that form in the same phylum are closely related and share genetic similarities. So you're not
Mm-hmm.
rebuilding anything or resorting anything. You're not popping off all the chain. You're not
Mm-hmm.
tearing down the chain and remaking the chain. You're making
Mm-hmm.
adjustment to the chain, right? You're making certain adjustments so that
Yeah.
this species can survive in that environment. He's not telling you that. He's implying as if every time a new
Because
species,
he's a Christian, right?
dude, dude, ladies and gentlemen, it was fun while it lasted, but I will never have another show with
Hey, don't run. You running?
I'm not running. I'm not
Baba
running
boy,
because,
don't run.
because guess what? Guess what? You already no, I don't justify anything I'm gonna say, but me just have to say
Oh God.
because me can't speak. When you speak, me shut up now, when I push back, me wait long, and me shut up.
Mm.
But when you speak and anybody push back on the full argument that the professor making about new life, there's no such thing as new life. If you have an evolutionist, you believe that all life comes from singularity. Your boy talking new life.
Right. So he doesn't believe that we all share a genetic common ancestor. He doesn't agree with that, right, Stoopies?
I ask me the same question, but me just answer. You realize
All
it?
right.
No, you know, I'm dying for you to interview somebody who will put you in your place and tell you, say, stop it. You're being stupid when you ask the same question over. It's an act of
Mm-hmm.
stupidity.
You have any suggestions? Well, you know what? I was supposed to pull up on that dude with the afro, fat Colin Kaepernick. So you know what? I'm gonna try to reach out to him again so he could put me in my place. All right. Anyway, so you're not gonna run, right? Because I'm gonna get back into the video. Soupies, you there? Hello? Or should I say you're saying both?
Why did I run for you?
All right, hold on. I'm gonna start sharing again. You know what, those two? I'm probably not gonna do a show again on this type of topic because we had 6 people, and this boring nerd shit run them off is no one person in the chat. So that's told me all I need to know insofar as what people want to talk about. You know what we're talking about next, Stoopies? Let me see if you can guess. Take a guess.
We're talking about now.
You know
No.
what it is. Black Egypt, baby. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If you can't beat them, join them. All right? Because it's been made clear to me nobody don't want to hear this boring intellectual science bullshit. They want to hear about who black and who not black, and that's what they want. So that's what they're gonna get. What do you think, Stu?
If you want to talk about that. No. Because I'm not get to talk. So honestly, I tell the truth. I'm not going to no more show with you, brother. It's not the truth. And then
Mm-hmm.
I ask you because I realize the second time you do it to me. Anytime I talk about me have to get pushback on somebody, you automatically start act as if
Hello?
yeah.
You there? You cut out. Hello, Stu.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Go ahead. You was finished? Or you want
No,
you wanted to?
I don't talk. There's nothing else I'm have to say.
All
I
right,
just
all right, all right. Are you staying for the duration of this live, or you're gonna run?
I'm not sure. I might stay, I might not stay.
All right. You're such a man. You got me walking on. Now I got to be walking on eggshells, man.
No, you give me the same respect I'm gonna give you. You're not giving me that. So,
Stoopies, you cut me all. We cut. We both
no,
cut each other. Come on now.
no. I might cut you, but I don't try for demean you or belittle you or tell you something. But because you're the strongest defender of your argument, and him making fundamental stupid mistake with biology, talking about
Mhm.
new life and rearrangement of DNA when not no go so. When it's gradual incremental changes.
Mhm.
But anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, good night. I'm going to talk to my wife.
Oh, you're running? All right. Later, Stoopies. Stoopies, you're saying Bolt. You're saying Stoopies. So anyway, Peter Bagjuice is perfectly capable of carrying a show by himself. So no problem. And don't come back neither, I know. Let me make sure I say you're running now. Okay, yeah. Stoopies run gone. Oh, man. All right, so let's get back into it, people. Darwin's doubt. Hey, Chef, or anybody in the chat who's here, man, talk to me, man.
Even if it's a cheap necklace for your very first girlfriend, and it's all you can afford, it's still, there's an astronomical number of choices. And Darwin could easily have computed that. He just didn't know about the amino acids. He didn't know about the necklace. He didn't know about the string. It's not the mathematics that stumped him. It's the biology. The mathematics is simple. A high school student can compute how many choices there are if there are 20 gems for position number 1 and 20 gems for position number 2, and you have 60 gems altogether.
And the task here, let me.
It's 20 to the 60.
Try to mute. So I'm quoting from your.
Even you can.
Even I got it.
You got it right.
Even mathematicians can understand it.
David
Yes.
Belinsky has a memorable phrase
Go ahead.
to describe this mathematical problem. He calls it the problem of combinatorial inflation.
Yes.
As the required length of the protein molecule grows, the numbers grow exponentially. They inflate exponentially, and so the odds of a random search finding the one that makes the pretty necklace, to use David's metaphor, drop precipitously.
And in this huge, unimaginably vast universe of possible combinations, the number of combinations that would produce a useful protein is what?
Exceedingly rare. Exceedingly rare. And this is what we didn't know until the last couple decades. There was an extraordinary conference in the 1960s held by, convened by a number of MIT scientists, some of whom David knew very well, Murray Eden, Mark Schussenberger, and they were the first to see the mathematical problem with Darwinism. They called it, their conference was called Mathematical Challenges to Neo-Darwinism. But at the time, they could compute the number of possible arrangements, but they didn't know at the time how many of the arrangements would result in functional proteins that would do a job in the cell. And so they didn't know, they couldn't exactly measure how hard the search would be on a random basis. Especially the computer scientists, Murray Eden and others, knew that based on computer science, if this is functioning like a true linguistic system, it's unlikely that you can do a random search and find a meaningful string of characters in DNA that will produce a meaningful protein.
Okay.
But people didn't know in the 1960s. By the early 2000s, there have been a number of different experimental measures of the rarity of the functional genes and proteins versus all the gibberish sequences.
Right.
And for example, just one result, for a short protein 150 amino acids long, the ratio is one protein that will fold into a functional structure compared to 10 to the 77th gibberish sequences. So the ratio of functional to non-functional is 1 over 10 to the 77th power.
Okay, so functioning proteins are extremely rare.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard to imagine.
All right, so yeah, some complicated math there, people, right? A little bit above my pay grade. I wouldn't say I'm able to follow though. You're saying it's exponentially rare, for new proteins to, new functional proteins to form in a cell or whatever the case may be. So, I'd like to know if anyone out there in the audience, I'd urge you guys to type something in the chat to let me know if you're following along to this, or is this too pedantic and a little bit too involved for you guys? I certainly hope that doesn't come across as condescending, but people get bored with this sort of stuff real easily. You know what I'm saying? So what y'all think in the chat? Let me stop my share and see what's going on. I already know my girl Lovejoy done checked out a long time ago. Oh, bad. Yes, sir. What y'all think, man? So yes, sir. Let me go ahead and hit that share. What y'all think about Black Egypt? You notice I ain't done a Black Egypt show yet because that market is cornered pretty much. And I mean, I know I could do it and still, do pretty okay. But it's like, man, I've had enough of Egypt. And I love Egypt. But my goodness, man, I can't do it every day, man. I'm a type of dude, I love variety, man, in all things, bro. I gotta have variety. You know what I'm saying? Food, women, discussions, places to go, everything. Variety, what they say, variety is the spice of life. I have to have it. I can't do the same thing. And then the discussions that we're having around Egypt too are extremely, it's narrow. It's literally about this black issue and non-black and who's black and what is black. And it's just this, it's Groundhog Day. This Egypt discussion is Groundhog Day. I can't do it, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get, hopefully this thing gains some traction. I think we could force ourselves to, expand our, the purview of the things that we discuss. We
Very
could
hard
do
to
it.
imagine random mutations leading to functional proteins, except that, and here I quote Dr. Galanter again, but the theory understands that mutations are rare, and successful ones even scarcer. Darwinism knows this. To balance that out, there are many organisms and a staggering immensity of time. Your chances of winning might be infinitesimal, but if you play the game often enough, you win in the end. Correct?
That's the
And
theory.
that's the question. Do you play it often enough? There's always an often enough. And the question is, does the history of life with which Darwin was concerned allow you enough chances to make it at all probable, let's say, or even possible that you'll hit on one, statistically, that you'll hit on one of those amazingly rare necklaces that folds up into a protein that can be stuck in a cell and actually doing anything. I'm not a biologist, and so I look at this and say, yeah, sure, there's enough time. There's been a lot of creatures on Earth, and life has gone on for a long time. But when biologists look at this and try and nail it down and figure it out, try and make a guess, try and use heuristics to make a guess, like using the number of total bacterial lifetime as a measure of the number of total mutations we're playing with. The point is, from whatever angle you come at it, the answer is no, there has not been enough time. The number of throws we've had is too puny even to talk about. It doesn't even approach puniness, and certainly is nowhere near reasonable. So we would get that if we had a reasonable time, but we don't. We didn't. We haven't.
So let me just be very explicit from my little Winnie the Pooh bear-sized mind. You are saying that Darwin is unlikely it's unlikely that species arose the way Darwin said, or you are saying it is impossible. Darwin was just mystic, lovely man, beautiful idea.
There's hardly a difference. There's hardly a difference. Unlikely, impossible. We're talking about odds that are so prohibitive. If you wish to say it's impossible, fine. I'll defend you saying it's impossible. If you wish to say it's highly unlikely, I'll be in your corner as defense attorney as well. But there's no practical difference. We've known about these things for hundreds of years.
Right?
You get 1 million monkeys at 1 million typewriters, all of them typing at random. We know they're not going to produce the collected works of Shakespeare in anything like a reasonable amount of time. It's like that wonderful episode of The Simpsons. Do you remember it? Mr. Burns has 1 million monkeys typing at 1 million typewriters. They're going to produce the greatest novel ever written. He pulls out one sheet of paper and says, it was the best of times, it was the blurst of times.
It was the best of times, it was the blurst of times, you stupid monkey!
Stupid monkey.
Or to put the discussion down even lower, the Jim Carrey film, where he's trying to get a date with a young lady he fancies, and she tells him to go away. He says, well, what are the odds a girl like me and a guy like you could get together? You know, not good. And he says, what do you mean, not good? Well, like 1 in 100? And she says, like 1 in 1,000,000. And then he says, but if there's a chance.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah!
So they've basically likened Darwin apologists to religious fanatics, because that's what it essentially becomes. You know, the mathematical argument that they're making against the theory, against natural selection insofar as explaining speciation, the mathematics is the mathematics. You know, whether you're a Christian or whether you're a proponent of the theory or a detractor of the theory, like these three gentlemen, you know, the math is the one thing that is objective and pure, right? They say math is like the only truth we have in the universe, and the mathematics is the mathematics. What differentiates one species from the next is the difference in code. And if you see a new species, that means there has been adjusted, to use Stu Peace's word, or rearranged code. Can't get around it. It's 3 million base pairs in humans. Of course, there's less in plants and animals and stuff like that, but you're going to need a rearrangement or a reshuffling of the deck. That's biology 101. That's how it works. For any proponent of, and by the way, Chef, if you listening again, drop the in my Facebook Messenger, hit me up, man, because Ngozi had asked me to get his information so we could link up, man. I think he would be an interesting person, being that he knows a lot about DNA. He'd be an interesting person to have this discussion with.
I read you.
Here's a precise way of cashing out this probabilistic argument. If you have 1 over 10 to the 77th power is your ratio, but then you have if every organism in the history of the planet, and we can estimate that, about 10 to the 40th organisms. So you divide
Bacteria, little tiny things, everything, every mosquito, every bacterium.
Yeah, every time one of those replicates, there's a possibility for a mutation that could search the space of possibilities. So you got 10 to the 40th possible mutations against a search space 10 to the 77th strong.
Right.
So if you do your exponential math, you end up with, what it means is you can search 1 10 trillion trillionth of the possible combinations. So in that case, are you more likely to succeed or fail? You're overwhelmingly more likely to fail to find one of the functional combinations, even taking into account every organism that's lived on Earth. And that means that
that brings me to another word. Recombination. That's a word used in molecular science when they talk about like when your parents have produce offspring, the genes are recombined, rearranged, tweaked, adjusted. That's all semantics.
the Darwinian hypothesis is overwhelmingly more likely to be false than true.
It just didn't happen. Okay, one last piece of the argument here that you mentioned, There are other pieces in this book, of course, and in David's book. But here's one last that you mentioned in your essay is compelling to you, David Galerntner. To help create a brand new, and this is the question of mutations proving harmful at least as often as useful, if I have it right. To help create a brand new form of organism, a mutation must affect a gene that does its job early and in the development of the life form and controls the expression of other genes that come into play as the organism grows. Evidently, there are a total of no examples in the literature of mutations that affect early development and the body plan as a whole and are not fatal. Somebody explain that one to me briefly. Who wants to? You start, and Stephen will.
If I want to direct the assembly of an animal, that I've got to get in there early before they've finished putting them together, putting all the the hoofs on and getting the wool on. If he's a sheep, I like sheep. I have to say, I have to get in there early before they start building them, so they don't accidentally build a mouse or a leopard or a zebra. I have to say, look, there's going to be a sheep, get bones this high, and we need a nose about this big, and we need sheep ears, and we need hooves. If sheep have hooves, I think they do. We need wool. Get all this stuff together. So I've got to act early. Now, if I'm going to create a new species, I'm going to mutate, and instead of building a sheep, I'm going to build a little horse, because horses come in sheep size. What are they called? Well, anyway, they're called
Shetland ponies?
To do that, there may be a mutation that makes me order purple wool, or the wrong color hooves, or a stomach that won't quite fit. But a mutation that is going to recreate the creature in such a way that it's a different creature is, biologists tell me and farmers tell me, almost certainly likely to be fatal. I mean, a mutation that makes a huge difference and that starts putting the head on backwards, it starts giving him 17 tails or too many internal organs, or forgets the blood or something like that. Because this is right early on that I'm acting when I'm doing tremendously important things. And if I make a slip at this all-important stage, I'm not going to make a little error in the density of the fur. It's going to be a big error in the design of the internal and the external that makes this creature what it is. That's an informal, intuitive explanation.
But
and Steve can give you or Dave can give you
a good argumentative disjunction. If you talk about major changes, if they come late in development, they're not going to make a difference. The organism is already constructed. May have
Maybe
more
the color
lavish
of the
eyebrows.
fur, right, okay.
If they come early, they can't make a difference because inevitably they destroy the organism.
Too many things downstream depend on those early cell
Exactly.
divisions.
So we're faced with a real destructive dilemma. Late, no good. Early, no good. Well, when? We've sort of exhausted the possibilities.
And I'm sure that David Galerntner wants to stick up for Darwin one more time and say he couldn't have known this.
This is not an attack on Darwin as a man or a thinker or a scientist, but it's the job of science to figure out what guesses are right and what are wrong. Scientists are paid for making guesses, not for making right guesses, but for making interesting, plausible ones. And if scientists, after the guess has been made, don't do their job, don't investigate the guess, don't do their best to figure out is it true or false, then we are false to science and we're betraying science.
All right. Intelligent design, from David Galerntner's essay. The evidence suggests to Meyer, who's seated with us today, that an intelligent designer must have been responsible. I can't accept intelligent design as Meyer presents it. Close quote. You also have seated next to you David Berlinski, this is David, who has said that his attitude toward intelligent design, and I'm quoting him, is warm but distant. It's the same attitude that I display toward my ex-wives. So you have one man who can't accept it, another man who definitely wants to keep his distance.
That leaves Meyer out.
So, well, I don't know, you want to start the easier case? Try to convince David? Tell tell us what intelligent design is that distinguishes it from some kind of effort to sneak God in by some back door.
Sure. The intelligent design.
But parenthetically,
Yeah.
just one word.
Yeah.
That's definitely not Steve's intention.
Yeah, so let me check the chat real quick, see what we got going on, man. Hold on, let me mute this mic real get right back into it. And also, what y'all thought about my show yesterday, man? Because I could do the tomfoolery too. You know, I'm not averse to that either. You feel me? If it's tomfoolery you want, it's tomfoolery you get. Yeah, bag juice with that. But I'd rather do this type of stuff. You feel me?
It's not a way to bring in a theological argument. It is a scientific approach, purely and absolutely valid. Scientifically, one can agree with it or disagree with it, but one doesn't have to reject it insofar as theology making an illegal move, because that's not what he's doing.
That's not what you...
Yeah,
Good.
Let me sketch the argument briefly, and then we can just discuss it. The big discovery of the 1950s and 60s was that the DNA molecule encodes information in a roughly digital or alphabetic or typographic form.
Why do you use the term digital?
Well, because in computer science we have characters, zeros and ones.
I see.
This is Crick, 1957. It's the sequence hypothesis. He realized that the information in DNA, or the chemical subunits of DNA called nucleotide bases, were functioning like alphabetic characters in a written text, or like the zeros and ones in a section of computer code. That is to say, it wasn't their chemical properties that gave them their function, but rather their specific arrangement in accord with an independent symbol convention, which was later explicated in the form of what we call the genetic code. So we had genetic text functioning according to a code.
So,
hey, these some big ass words, ain't they? Yeah, but I feel like our people, man, we be averse to the big words and all that. And to me, it ain't no different than high school when we used to tell, our people are particularly precocious. The ones of us who are particularly precocious in school, they get to, oh, you want to be a white boy, you talking white and blah, 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 blah. The thing about big words is they explain a large amount of stuff or a lot of information in one word. You know what I'm saying? That's why them words be big like that. And we need to start not running away from that or talking down on that. Like, enough for that, man. You feel me? Especially if people talking about they scientifically literate. Man, you got to get English literate first. Gain some mastery of the English. Because for the life of me, when people tell me they be reading these books, man, I know how these PhDs write. You know what I'm saying? I be hearing dudes struggling to get through a paragraph. How are you reading an 800-page book and actually grasping and retaining anything? I'm not buying it.
Really was it was pure information.
This is a genuine information storage system. Crick, by the way, was a code breaker in World War II. So this is fascinating, is an application of the information sciences to molecular biology. Now, this is the argument that I make, is that what we know from experience is that information, whether we find it in a hieroglyphic inscription or a paragraph in a book or information embedded in a radio signal or in a section of computer code, whenever we find information and we trace it back to its ultimate source, we always come to a mind, not a material process. And what I do in the book, in Darwin's Doubt, and my prior book, Signature in the Cell, is show that these undirected evolutionary mechanisms that have been proposed as an explanation for the origin of information fail for various reasons. We've talked about the reason the Darwinian mechanism fails, because it can't search the space when it's so vast. The odds are overwhelmingly against it. So if we, from a materialistic evolutionary standpoint, don't have any explanation for the origin of the information that's necessary to build new biological form. And yet we do know from our uniform and repeated experience, which is the basis of all scientific reasoning, of a source of information, of a cause of the origin of information. That cause is intelligence or mind. And so what I've argued in both Darwin's Doubt and Signature in the Cell is that what we're seeing in life is evidence of the activity of a directing mind in the history of life.
David Berlinski, to quote the old saying, if you see a turtle on a fence post, you know it didn't get there by itself. Look around you. There's intelligence behind this creation we inhabit. Yes? That's an easy one for a man like you, yes?
I guess. You're not leaving me much to chew with. Not much.
You are a contrary man. What do you mean?
Well, I don't know. I mean, look, intelligence in the world, intelligence behind the world.
I'm relying on you to answer this objection. Whatever he comes up with, you're going to be the one who answers, so get ready.
Meanest kisses at famine prices. It doesn't really from my point of view, it doesn't really give us much. It's not yet a theory. I'm certainly prepared to say there's a lot of intelligence manifest in the world, but at the same time, I think that doesn't really
Oh, it's a
say very
tautology
much.
to you.
It's not a tautology.
Look at this, it's information. Yes, it's information.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's information. I recognize that. Information in some loose sense, maybe Shannon sense, maybe a more elegant formulation of information theory, but I'm much more persuaded by something that leads to a strong, counterintuitive claim. For example, that the information is embedded in a topology in a certain way that makes it inevitable that certain life forms will emerge. That would be an interesting conclusion. And for a time, I thought there was such a mathematical construction. I don't think my confidence was entirely well-founded, but it was a good idea. But just to say that the world is charged with the grandeur of God, I could have said that before thinking about biology. It is. That's true.
David Galerntner, I'm quoting your essay again. If there was an intelligent designer, what was his strategy? How did he manage to back himself into so many corners, wasting energy on so many doomed organisms? What was his purpose? And why did he do such a slipshod job? Why are we so disease-prone, heartbreak-prone, and so on, close quote. But aren't you setting a pretty high standard? Aren't you saying, in effect, either Stephen Meyer can explain all the mysteries of the human heart, or he's not allowed to say anything? That is to say, the difference between a purely materialistic view, that all that we see around us came about purely as a matter of chance, and Stephen's view that there is intelligence, however little we can say about it, however little we understand what we mean by that, that's still a fundamental finding.
The question is whether the world around us that you're pointing at meets your standard of intelligence. Whether the design that we see is in fact an intelligent design or a total mess. When I look at the world at large, I see a mess. When I look at the mind of man, I see a worse mess. I see a creature as likely to do bad as good, or more likely. I see many creatures who are fated to die out without leaving any contribution that we can associate with value, not even becoming oil or something like that. I don't look at the world as we know it as more likely the result of intelligence than random playing around, than just random taking your chances. I think if you took your chances, you'd come up with a mess like the world. You'd have some lucky breaks. There's some really great people. There's some beautiful cities like Florence. There are all sorts of wonderful things.
Michelangelo down in the valley, right?
There are wonderful things, but on the whole, I would fail this world if I were grading it. And this is an important point in the Talmud, by the way. I won't make that. There's a famous argument between Beis Hillel and Beis Shammai, two schools of thought who lived at the same time, famous for disagreeing about everything. One of them was a lot like David. But there's only one question on which they ever agreed, and that question was, is it good that the earth was created? Is it good that the universe was created? Is it good that it happened? And Hillel says, and Shammai agrees with him, no, it's a catastrophe. If we had to go back and do it all again, we'd have to tell the Almighty, don't do it. The suffering outweighs the good.
All right. Stephen, so if it's intelligent design, it wasn't that intelligent.
I look at it a little differently. I see two things when I look at nature. I see evidence of design, or aboriginal design.
Aboriginal meaning?
From the beginning, in different groups of organisms.
From the get-go.
But you also see evidence of decay. And that's also something that's consistent with when designers make things, then there's this thing we call entropy. And I think here a theological perspective does help, because I think from the Judeo-Christian perspective, you would expect to see both evidence of original creation or original design, but you would also expect to see that something's gone wrong in nature as well. And I think we see both. So my theological perspective does inform my ability to answer that question about the things in nature that don't look so well. It's interesting, for example, the problem of virulent bacteria, nasty, nasty bugs. They are invariably
Yeah, so Dr. Meyer, because he is a PhD, comes right up the middle in saying that he's a proponent of intelligent design. For me, the discussion is much more confounding than that. Um, I'm a big proponent of saying I don't know. Because the basic argument being formed by these gentlemen is that the way how the human genome or genomes in organisms are constructed in general intimates design, right? And it certainly more conforms to design than the other explanation, which is just random occurrence or accumulated localized changes from environmental pressures, right? What we see when we look at organisms, if you had to choose, the patterns more closely dovetail with intelligent design. But I'm not comfortable enough to say that, because then it begs the question: then who or what is the designer? What is the nature of the designer? And then you inevitably get to I don't know. We don't know. So where do you go with that?
The result of a loss of information as a result of the mutational process. So the very process that the Darwinists have invoked to explain the origin of good design is actually, I think, responsible for the evidence of decay. So I think this is the question in philosophy known as theodicy.
The problem of pain.
And so I think there's ways of thinking about that. But for me, the evidence of design is powerful. It's ubiquitous in both in life and at the level of physics, of things like the fine-tuning of the laws and constants of physics. So I see a very powerful signal of design, but I don't deny the decay and the suffering in the world, and I have a theological way of understanding that.
If the bad viruses are always a result of that fits the theology perfectly. The theology suggests that good is the entity. Evil has no independent existence. It's always a defect or a shortcoming in the good, right? Isn't that right?
I think it does fit, and there's quite a lot of microbiology that actually supports that viewpoint.
But back to you, Dr. Gillerichner. What are two of the great Jewish minds in history doing, saying that creation is bad, when the beginning of the Hebrew scripture is God saw that it was good? We're departing from Darwin just a bit, but I can't resist. I can't resist that one.
It's absolutely true that that he saw that it was good, and both of the two creation stories agree that the world is a good thing, and yet immediately, as far as the Bible is concerned, men start screwing it up from Adam and Eve to Cain and Abel to Noah and his ark to the stories of the patriarchs and the world in which they lived.
Yeah, so let's go back again. Let's check the chat again, see what we got going on. We got 20 minutes, actually a little bit less than 20 minutes left in this interview. So, yeah, I had asked a few questions 10 minutes ago. Let me see if I got any responses. What we talking about out there? Man, I'm so glad you did that show. It was right on time, but I do like the more intellectual stuff. All right, nice. And I think I did a good job on that Nepal show and not getting so, what's the word I'm looking for? Crass, because I did want something constructive to come out of it, insofar as how we relate to each other as man and woman. Yeah, that's what I really wanted to do. And I think we did that, We had fun, we cracked some jokes and all of that stuff. And I call Nepal a siren and a demon. But for those who are familiar with those terminologies, they understand that they don't necessarily connote something negative. And she especially would know that, because she's very proud of the fact that her name means demon. You know what I'm saying? But there are benevolent demons. There are malevolent demons. There are neutral demons, right? So I enjoyed that show, man. And Nepal, if you out there listening, sis, you are funny as hell. You do need to stop saying the N-word, though. Yeah, just stop that. But you funny as hell. You was going in on your husband, man. Crazy. But yeah, people, let's get right back to it. We got about 19 minutes left. Y'all hang in there, man. I appreciate the people who been, have stuck around and, you know what I'm saying? Stuck around watching this, what many people would consider boring. But I think I've done a pretty decent job of keeping it fun. As a matter of fact, I just got an idea. Why don't I drop the link? Might as well. Let me see if anybody will pull up, man. Chef, if you in here, pull up. S Rush, anybody, man. If you feel like pulling up, pull up, man. Tika, you could pull up. Don't matter. Yeah. See what we talking about, man. So the link is in the chat, folks. For anybody who'd like to pull up, please do so. All right, let's get back into it. Darwin's theory of natural selection. Does it work? Is it viable? Or does it need to be discarded? Yep, that's the discussion.
To Moses, who leads Israel to the promised land, and the people are a bitch. They're constantly fighting, arguing, struggling, being a nuisance in every conceivable way. So God creates a perfect world. On the other hand, he hasn't created a perfect creature. That's why we are obligated to study and struggle. Study the good and try to struggle in that direction. But I want to say, I have no theological argument with Steve. My argument is with people who dismiss intelligent design without considering it seems to me, it's widely dismissed in my world of academia as some sort of theological put-up job. It's an absolutely serious scientific argument. In fact, it's the first and most obvious and intuitive one that comes to mind. It's got to be dealt with intellectually, not by the bigotry, the anti-religious bigotry, which is one of the most important facts of the intellectual world in the United States, the West generally today.
The case for intelligent design is not based on, we can have a theological discussion as we've had a bit here, but the case for intelligent design isn't an interpretation or a deduction from the scriptural text.
Right.
It's an inference from biological evidence, and in that sense it's different.
And he makes that assertion, and you say, yep, he's being honest about that. And anybody can check.
Not only that, but I think it's an important assertion because outside the scientific world, one might not know how ideologically bent the world of science, parts of the world of science are becoming. I say it with real sorrow, and it's certainly not true of every scientist or even of most scientists, but we have a cautionary tale in what happened to our English departments and our history departments. It could happen to us.
All right,
God forbid,
you're setting up my last round of questions here. I'm going to quote you once again, David Gelernter. Darwinism is no longer just a scientific theory, but the basis of a world view and an emergency religion for the many troubled souls who need one, close quote. Now, lots of people have invested lots of energy in discrediting Dr. Berlinski and Dr. Meyer over the years. You, Dr. Gelernter, are a professor of unquestioned competence and achievement in computer science. And computer science is with it, baby. It is right at the middle of the new world we're creating. It's technocracy. We don't have to ask ultimate questions. We just have to deal with zeros and ones. It's totally rational. It's producing a cornucopia of new wealth. And now Gelernter goes over to the other side?
He's been with us all along.
So what's the reception been
Traitor.
at New Haven and in your profession, in academia? I mean, that's a serious question. What's going on? Okay.
I have to make a distinction between the way I've been treated personally, which is in a very courteous and collegial way by my colleagues at Yale. They're nice guys, and I like them. They're my friends. On the other hand, when I look at their intellectual behavior, what they publish, and much more important, what they tell their students, Darwinism has indeed passed beyond a scientific argument as far as they are concerned. You take your life in your hands to challenge it intellectually.
Yes.
They will destroy you if you challenge it. Now, I haven't been destroyed. I'm not a biologist, and I don't claim to be an authority on this topic. But and a book review is not the same as a book. It's sort of a satellite around the book. Anyway, it remains a case that I have nothing personally to charge my colleagues with. But what I've seen in their behavior intellectually and at colleges across the West is nothing approaching free speech on this topic, is a bitter rejection, not just a sort of bitter, fundamental, angry, outraged, violent rejection, which comes nowhere near scientific or intellectual discussion. I've seen that happen again and again. I'm a Darwinism. Don't you say a word against it, or I don't want to hear you.
Yeah, we'll obliterate
Which
you.
proves that you're
Yeah, it's funny you should say that because, much love to my brother. Stu, I love you, brother. But your reaction was exactly like this gentleman said, and he's really on the other side. He's one of those who, for the longest while, was a proponent of the theory. He's a consensus guy. And he just found that the argument made by Meyer was just so compelling that he couldn't, in good conscience, intellectually, continue to uphold this religiosity or this dogmatism that's come to be around this thing called Darwinism. And that's what it's become, a religion. People don't want to, people get angry and seek to, destroy you if you dare desecrate the altar of Darwin. We have another gentleman in the community, the biggest proponent of scientific literacy. If you make any sort of incursions towards Darwin, the passion it's crazy. It's crazy how humans could work.
attacking their religion, in effect.
I am attacking
You'd
their
argue?
religion, and I don't blame them for being all head up. It is a big issue for them, unquestionably.
Dr. Berlinski, who holds his doctorate in philosophy, I want to depart. This isn't strictly Darwin, but I'm indulging myself. This is a quotation that has struck me as compelling for a long time, but for a long time I've thought I really want to try it on Berlinski. So here we go. Okay, I'll try you. This is C.S. Lewis. Granted that reason is prior to matter, I can understand how men should come to know a lot about the universe they live in. If, on the other hand, I swallow the scientific cosmology, and for scientific cosmology, we may as well read the Darwinian theory of evolution. If I swallow the scientific cosmology, then not only can I not fit in religion, but I cannot even fit in science. Here we go. Here's the payoff on this. If minds are wholly dependent on brains, and brains on biochemistry, and biochemistry on the meaningless flux of the atoms, I cannot understand how the thought of those minds should have any more significance than the sound of the wind in the trees. Close quote. He's onto something there, isn't he? Isn't consciousness the first question we have to answer?
Not mine.
Totally wrong.
It's not even the first question I would think of asking. Why does it seem so very compelling to you or C.S. Lewis? Consciousness, yeah, it's one of those things. It's certainly true that I'm conscious. I have my doubts about you and these two guys here, but those doubts really don't matter a whole lot. I'm prepared to welcome my friends as automata. It doesn't matter to me.
He's not onto a point, or he's onto something that's just uninteresting.
I'm not sure I understand the point. I mean, let's say...
Does this make any sense to you?
Makes sense to me. This is what bothered Thomas Nagel, and why he's become a skeptic of neo-Darwinism, is that minds are real things. And if you can't give an account of where they came from or what they do, that isn't itself self-defeating, then you end up in a really incoherent...
I mean, let's say...
Does this
Man, I had I had the damn mic muted the whole time. Crazy. But let's get right back to it.
Coherent
Okay, to
philosophy.
Galertner to break the tie, because his latest book was on consciousness.
I have to agree. I am also an admirer of Nagel, and the question of consciousness is unsolved. You can argue whether it's important or not. I think most people intuitively believe it's important. I think they're right. But the question of the origins of life and the origins of consciousness are the intellectual bookends of modern science and philosophy. And we can't say much about either of them.
We can't characterize either of them, and if we can't characterize them, we're not really in a position to explain how they emerged. That seems to me a prior commitment, to be able to say what we wish to explain. Now, someone says, I'm deeply puzzled about consciousness. Everybody says that. It's a very fashionable thing. They say it in teen Vogue, for heaven's sakes. But I would like to have a better sense of what is prompting the puzzlement. I don't have that. I can't sit in your seat when you're sitting there, so I can't experience your sensations when you're having them. Oh, all right, so what? Why is that intelligible from a scientific or a philosophical point of view as a pressing issue?
If you say most of your friends happen to be automata, we'll turn you into an automata and you'll get a $50 coupon right now where you can spend in Florence. Would you accept the deal or not?
$50 for
Yeah.
my consciousness?
Yeah, for you
Bist du
becoming an
verrückt?
automata. Excuse me.
No, bist du verrückt?
Well, look,
Oh, but now you're just dickering over the price.
Yeah, exactly. But that's true of all intellectual discussions. We're always talking about the price. The price seems to me very low to be puzzled. There are lots of things that are puzzled.
Oh, it's because I'm sharing.
Some of them we understand, some of them we don't. But
you
before
value your consciousness at least at $50.
Yeah, $50 for my consciousness.
At least we've established a floor.
We can go up from there.
We're all saying it's a mystery, but we're framing the mystery in different
That's
terms.
exactly right. It's a puzzle. I'm not even persuaded it's a mystery in the sense which the structure of a natural language is.
Whatever it is, it's valuable to you.
To me, maybe not to you. Just as yours is valuable to you, but not entirely to me. But, we have to be very skeptical about these claims of profundity because when examined, they don't always remain what they seem. They don't always remain that.
Gentlemen, let me name 3 names that all but remade modern consciousness. I think the 3 of you would agree with that formulation when you hear the names. 19th and early 20th century. Karl Marx, no longer taken seriously. A few faculty lounges in American universities. Fundamentally, Karl Marx no longer taken seriously. Sigmund Freud, fascinating, a few interesting insights, but psychology has now moved so far beyond Freud that at universities across the country, they're renaming the departments of psychology and brain sciences. We're scanning brains, all right. And now we have Darwin, and the 3 of you are taking him down too. What does this mean for the way people think about the world? He won't go down easily.
No one has taken down Freud. His value
really?
doubles every decade.
I'm with David on that
you are?
one.
I'm just wrong about
Freud rises in my estimation.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, the fact is that the feminists in the 1970s were outraged because of something he said or didn't say in a political way. It has nothing to do with the value of his writing.
But I'm right at 2 out of 3, Marx and Darwin?
Certainly with Marx and Darwin.
Marx is kind of a windbag. Let's agree on that.
Kind of bastard, personally.
Yeah, he didn't bathe a whole lot.
A windbag and a bastard in
And he
his
certainly had no sense of style. Darwin is a different case.
I think you're onto something to group them together, because you've talked about how David talked about how Darwinism has become the foundation of a worldview. And if you look at the questions that they address, Darwin tells us where we came from. Marx has a utopian vision of the future, and Freud tells us what to do about our guilt. And between the three of these great materialistic thinkers of the 19th century and early 20th century, they form the basis of a kind of comprehensive materialistic worldview. They answer all the same questions that traditional Judeo-Christian religion has addressed. And so it's understandable when we're talking about some of the intense opposition that Darwin skeptics often face, that it's understandable when you realize that you actually, it makes sense because you're challenging a fundamental plank in the worldview of many of the scientists. Many scientists equate their worldview of scientific materialism with the practice of science itself. And when you challenge one of the thinkers that supports that worldview, you're going to get a very kind of emotive reaction, and that's often what happens.
Last question here, and I'm going to quote David Galerntner's essay one final time. Darwin now poses a final challenge. Whether biology will rise to this last one as well as it did to the first, when his theory upset every apple cart, remains to be seen. How cleanly and quickly can the field get over Darwin and move on? Striking sentence. This is one of the most important questions facing science in the 21st century. Close quote. Is it generational? Does a whole generation of biologists have to die before the field gets over Darwin? What's going to happen here?
Might be generational at the very best.
At the best.
I think that would be a great outcome, is to have the old guard die, but you know, religion is imparted more than anything else by the parents to the children, and the young people have been brought up as little Darwinists. I mean, kids I see running around New Haven are all Darwinists. Anyway, the students in my class are all Darwinists. So these guys know more about it than I do. I'm not hopeful.
Well, I think Darwin is eternal. Because
Eternal.
Eternal. The name is eternal, the idea is eternal, the belief, the commitment, they're all eternal. The theory will disappear.
Yeah, I gotta agree with him on that. I don't see Darwin going anywhere. You know, compared to Freud and Marx, you know, Darwin, as Dr. Meyer said, that he seeks to answer, he endeavors to answer, I guess, who are we? Where do we come from? And the fact that he's so revered in Western science, and he's so foundational to so many of the sciences in Western science and medicine and philosophy, and unless this, in particular in the West, unless the society is wholesale replaced by new thought leaders, like wholesale, completely, he isn't going anywhere anytime soon, and definitely not in our lifetime. So yeah, I don't see Western academia letting go of Darwin. Hell no. You got a better chance of getting Farrakhan to eat a pork sandwich.
And good riddance to a bad theory. But no matter
Excuse me,
what...
It was a beautiful theory.
All right, it's a beautiful theory. Whatever it is, it will disappear. But whatever replaces it will be called Darwinian. No doubt about that. No matter what Christian heresy emerges in the tides of time, it's always called a Christian heresy. This will be a Darwinian heresy. But that legacy, that commemorative legacy, will never disappear. It's part of the history of the subject. Just like Newton will not disappear.
Oh, but Newton, David Galerntner, see, I'm prepared for that one because I read David Galerntner's essay very carefully. and of course, he based on your work and your work.
Several times.
As this David says, look, there's a range of physical phenomena, very big things, planets, stars. Newton isn't too good at that. Very tiny things, quantum mechanics, tiny particles we can't see. He's not too good at that. But this huge range, Newton is perfectly predictive. It comports flawlessly with 98% of human experience.
That's true.
And Darwin doesn't.
You have to go farther, though. planets and stars.
Oh, I do?
But, yeah, but you're
I think what David Berlinski's getting at is that
Please help me with David
Darwinism has
Berlinski.
filled a niche in our intellectual life that is necessary. You've got to give some kind of account of where all these wonderfully intricate systems we call living organisms came from. And the fundamental commitment of Darwinism is to some kind of bottom-up materialistic account where the molecules get more complex and form more complex molecules in cells, and the cells compete to form more complex organisms. So now what we're getting is post-neo-Darwinian theories of evolution that are trying to provide new mechanisms that will account for the things that the Darwinian mechanism doesn't account for.
So even you who bear the scars of abuse from Darwinists say, Darwin may have been mistaken in his answers, but he was asking invaluable questions.
He's asking invaluable questions, but I think he got it wrong. I think all Darwinians, in the broad sense, get it wrong. They're trying to explain something very, very complex in terms of bottom-up, undirected processes. And what we see in life, complex miniature machines, complex information processing systems, digital code, these are things that bear the hallmark of mind. And they suggest rather a top-down instead of a bottom-up approach. So I'm sure people committed to a materialistic view of things will continue to generate bottom-up explanations. But I think we're in a new day. We're looking at life in light of our own high-tech digital computing technologies and realizing these systems bear all the hallmarks of design. Let's start to look at life differently. And I think looking at it from a bottom-up Darwinian approach is holding science back. We're starting to make predictions based on intelligent design. Some of our guys were the first people to predict that the non-coding regions of the genome, previously identified as junk
DNA
by the neo-Darwinians, are in fact importantly functional. And so,
yeah, who here knows about junk DNA? In my opinion, that was a evidence of Western science's hubris. You know, huge hubris, massive hubris. So only 2% of the genome codes for protein, right? What we call genes. So when we talk about what makes a foot or an eye blue or whatever, when we talk about the OCA2 gene, that only represents literally 2% of the genome. And previously, because we didn't know what the other 98% did, science just dismissed it as, oh, it's junk DNA. So now in recent times, they've changed the nomenclature. They don't call it junk anymore. Forget the new term that they have for it. But the point is that there's nothing in nature that's just there. Everything has a purpose. Everything serves a function. And I believe it's just the arrogance, again, of Western academia and science that, you know, they like to purport. If they don't understand or they don't know something, they can't just say they don't know. They want to purport to understand or pretend to understand or know rather than just say, we don't know. So we're almost done, folks.
There's looking at life as a design system is actually yielding insights into how life works.
It's a new day? You'll go with that?
Yeah, sort of. There's been big changes, let's put it this way. I think what we have determined is that Darwin created a 19th century local theory without looking at extreme cases that was reasonably successful for breeders, for the explanation of local characteristics like beak size or the growth of wings, but he entirely failed to explain what he thought he was explaining, the emergence of biological complexity on the species level or higher order levels. He wasn't able, it was a premature question to address an audience about the origin of species. He couldn't say anything about what he did not know, what he could not comprehend. And the fact that he did not know or could not comprehend these things is simply a reflection of the fact that we do not know or cannot comprehend those things in the 21st century. So the question addressed was widely premature in the 19th century. It's still premature. We're just learning the structure of intellectual inquiry necessary to understand something like the biological cell. And it's much harder a problem than we ever suspected. Much harder.
David Galerner, last word to you. Do you concur?
It is much harder. Yeah, absolutely, it's a fantastically difficult problem. we'll solve it, but it's not going to be simple.
David Glantner, author most recently of The Tides of Consciousness. Thank you. David Berlinski, author of many books, all three of you, author of many books, but author, in this case, the relevant volume is The Deniable Darwin and Other Essays, and Steve Meyer, whose book, in this case, the relevant book is Darwin's Doubt. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you
to
for
my
having
friends.
us.
Yeah.
I'm Peter Robinson for Uncommon Knowledge, the Hoover Institution, and Fox Nation. Thank you.
Yes, people. So concludes our video, man. What did y'all think, man, of the stream, man? I'm still a little bit sad that my brother Stu Pease decided to tuck tail and run up out of there like Usain Bolt in Beijing, man, running a 9.54. No, he ain't running 9.54. What did Bolt run? 9.58. Yeah, man. My brother ran a 9.58 up out of there, man. It got a little too hot and heavy. You know what I'm saying? He had to get up out of there. So what y'all think, man? What y'all say? Talk to a player. So yeah, I don't see any activity in the chat, so we gonna close it out, man. You know what I'm saying? You know how we like to do. At the I bookend the shows with a musical selection. So how we finna take y'all out, man? I think I want to hear some Wu-Tang, man, to take us out of here. What we got for the people, man? We approaching midnight. You hear me? Y'all ass need to go to sleep. It's midnight on the East Coast, damn near. I know y'all ass got to go to work tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, this how we finna do it, man. A classic Wu-Tang B-side. Oh man, I just realized I'm not sharing. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. Get it in.
Everybody plays a part in this. Ain't no chucking. We coming from the parks where the gun sparks after dark.
Classic.
You got your 3-point shooters. Scrub too quick to find you out cause your style is out. We drinking quarts on court, so how you handling? Shooting bricks or selling bricks. We still scrambling with offense and defense. I use the baseline to score points frequent. Yo, check the mic so I can slam without a crossover. Whack, jump shot, punk rock. Players get tossed over by the bleachers. I'm bringing pressure like a power forward. You try to walk and get away with it. The ref saw it. Your starting five couldn't get verbal off. I penetrate across the lane. All reads is mine. Percentage from the field is real. We hardballing. Swift shot in your face. Your coach is calling for a timeout. I bomb your rhyme out with a free throw. Fast break through the legs. Crush a rookie ego. You stepping out of bounds, son. Now how that sound done? I thought we was playing ball. Don't start around one. Time the fuck out. I got an illegal defense on the whack MC. Number 4. You can't be doing that shit. Hold on, guard. Please, guard. Hold on. Hold on. Shit, I'm snuffing.
I know niggas liver than Allen Iverson. Take it to the hole and roll it in. Triple double win. Suicide drills, get your calves built. Crossovers ill. Have you thinking water spilt with the 2-3 zone? We smoke them like Rosen with the WIN. We punch in on sore losers take off their jersey. His name James Worthy. Your bitch mad cause they ain't get their hands dirty. Lane, better not open up that Gatorade till you get game. Sport, hit the gym and train. Do some jumping jacks and sit-ups. Then maybe you can get up. But as for now, the scoreboard gets split up. Take it down the middle and throw it all day. We number 1 draft pick WSA. Nigga, you can't stop my J. How I do it every day.
Hey, I think Shaheem was like 15, 16 right here, man. He slid this bitch.
52 blocks at outside shops that bubble up the snot box. No penalties and shot clocks. It's similar to Comstock here. You catch an elbow when it's out whole of concrete. Add a touch of soul before we compete. You better have your Vietnam fleet. My squad deep like Ethiopians. Beat me in the open and I'm closing it. Focus on the broken rim now. We shake a bone out your sin. Toss a back pass with enough force that it'll crack glass. We celebrating that last for stopping you. So take your sorry black ass back to the locker room. Yo, my team work to make your team hurt. We pulling up skirts to back down before these woo niggas tear the fucking shack down. What? No doubt. Got the all-star lineup here. Y'all niggas better sign up for my team, kid. Real.
So
Yes, sir. That job is so 90s, man. The sound of it, everything. That's so 90s, man. So we about to check out. I'm gonna do one last check of the chat. Oh yeah, Smalls. Killer Sin is a monster, bruh. You just can't see. You couldn't stop thugging, man. But yeah, Killer Sin killed that. Timbo King was raw as hell on the opening verse too. You know what I'm saying? They all killed it, man. But what made me so impressed with Shaheem was the fact that the young boy was so young. You know what I'm saying? Make you wonder if if that was his pen doing all that work, man. So yeah, man, I enjoyed the show. You feel me? Chef, as always, big homie, thanks for stopping through, bruh. S Rush, Tika, you already know. You know what I'm saying? You always holding the player down, man. So yeah, we nerded out. We fully nerded out tonight. You know what I'm saying? Probably next live, I usually do the lives on Mondays and Wednesdays. That was the plan, but we had an impromptu resignation, man. My brother Stu P said he done with me. You feel me? So we're probably gonna reformat this whole thing, man. I'm probably just gonna have to start carrying these shows by myself. But you know what? My back is broad, bruh. You hear me? Matter of fact, today, what I did in the gym today, I did like damn near all back, bruh. I did like 3 different back exercises. Yeah. Heavyweight too. And I hit the pull-up bar. You hear me? So my wings, them wings? Y'all know about that? The wings is coming out. You hear me? Right now, what day it is? May 20th. So I got 4 weeks. We got 4 weeks to get in that summer. That summer body is loading. For real, y'all. I ain't ate no rice in like a month. You hear me? Going crazy in the gym. Your boy finna be like, I'm finna be damn near show ready. I would never be in no damn bodybuilding. That shit there too. Hell no. All that posing and modeling, I ain't with all of that. But if I was to be in a show, I'm gonna be show ready by June 20th, man. I think I'm down to I haven't had a body fat test, but I think I'm down to like 13, 14 right now. Your boy trying to get to like 9. You hear me? Yeah, I want to get to like 9% at about 215, 217. You hear me? So yeah, man, if anybody ever slide to Miami, man, holler at me, man. You feel me? I'll show you around all that, man. Show you love, man. But hey, once again, appreciate y'all. Till next time, y'all.